Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Children of Primus Freestyle Frenzy Sundays, where this week we will be talking about scalpers, as that has been the hot topic in many of the Facebook forums over the last couple of weeks, but really actually over the last few months. I mean, probably even longer than that. Like, I've seen a lot of talk about it last year, but I know for sure there's been many talks about it here and there, and people's point of view of scalpers. Uh, Professor D has joined us. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Though I cannot hear you as much as well.
Okay, give me a sec. Oh, should I turn that up or should I just get closer? Hello there. Is this clear now?
There you go. It is clear.
I think I have it on automatic. I have StreamYard on automatic volume, so it should maybe boost it naturally. I hear a lot of noise in your background. Are you the only one on stream right now?
Sorry?
Are you the only? Are we the only ones on stream right now?
That is correct. And there's actually a party going on next door.
And so sounds coming in from the window?
That is correct.
All right, well, you were just giving the introduction. I'm gonna set up my other camera that's closer, and I'll just listen in to you.
All right. Unfortunately, Anthony is not feeling well this week, so he will not be able to join us, and Mike is on his way, so he will join us shortly. So I know before we get to the main topic of scalpers, there's a few little topics here and there that we that'll be fun topics to discuss. But before that, are there any topics that you had in mind that you wanted to add to this week's show?
Are you asking me or the audience?
Wait, sorry?
Are you asking me or were you talking generally to the audience?
Both.
What I wanted to talk about was the Bobby Skullface did a sit down Saturday, which was in response to all the X-Trans bots reveals this week.
Okay.
There's basically like every single day they like release something. Not a whole new character, but like new images of announcements of Omnibots or whatever. So, and then, sorry, making a lot of noise there. And then Mike from Tidarium Hangar also did a video on that. So I think it'd be cool to talk about that. Look at those images. Look at the new stuff coming out from X-Trans bots and see what we think of it.
Okay, cool.
And what is your list of topics?
In the meantime, let me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we just, the other day, last week, you had a list of sort of house cleaning. I don't love that term, but that's what people use, right? But sort of like threads, conversational threads that we hadn't wrapped up.
Right.
So do you want to read off that list? Do you have it handy as a list? That's funny. I'm stopping like as if we're not still live, but we are still live. This is Professor D in the place. I'll put these up here so I can see it better, but that's gonna block the other camera there, which is no good. Aha!
Switch my camera back to default settings in a few minutes.
I heard you say in a few minutes, but you're cutting in and out. As you all can see, the technical difficulties that we're experiencing are far less substantive than they have been.
Yes.
So if you'll just bear with us a couple of minutes, uh, we're gonna get this looking good today.
Always have to have some sort of technical difficulties, but I mean, we're back.
I mean, otherwise it's not live.
This is correct.
Live is it's no jive. It's live. I gotta switch this back. Hold on.
All right. So in the meantime, um, I would say closer to the 9 o'clock hour, maybe even before that. That's when we'll really jump into the scalpers conversation. But before that, let's go through some of this week's news that we had listed on childrenofprimus.com. And let me share my screen.
Oh yeah.
All right, so one of the upcoming news is the Hasbro Pulse Con 2021, which will be on October 22nd to 23rd. The information was brought to us by Cybertronian Immortal Starscream. We just shared a link from the Hasbro Pulse Con. Let's see, what else do we have in news for this week?
When is that? The PulseCon?
October 22nd to 23rd.
Okay. It's a live stream, or is it an in-person event?
Let me find out.
I will. I will allow it.
Yes.
You know what sucks is that when you have that kind of background noise, that background music, it's not just that it's background music, but like you really hear the compression.
Yes. I mean, unfortunately, the compression is. I'm guessing that's on StreamYard. Is that good?
Right. Yeah.
And what's up,
like,
Calvin?
It's probably because it doesn't like suppress that noise because it probably hears it as voices, right? It hears it as distant voices, so it's trying to, it turns them up and then compresses them.
It's trying.
Well, there's just so little signal there, right? So you overboost it, overcompress it, and then this is what it sounds like.
Right. All right, and let's see. And what other news do we have for this week from childrenofprimus.com?
What is going on with this?
Hobby Link Japan will sponsor news. The KD Rodimus Prime Inferno Ultra Magnus going fast.
On what store?
Let's find out. Well, this is from a Hobby Link Japan. It says the Japanese hobby industry revolves around pre-orders. Once items are released, they disappear fast and often aren't reproduced. So now's your chance to reserve the items below to ensure you don't miss out. These collectibles are now in stock and now ready to ship. Quantities are limited, so be sure to get your orders in fast if one of these catches your eye.
So what are they?
That is my question as well. Why am I not seeing the rest of the images? But as Calvin says, go to Amazon, Walmart, and Target, and Transformers source. The second market is a killer.
Wait, did you say? Didn't you just list off what the products were?
I did, but there's they don't show the images of the products.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
read them again?
Let's see. So it's
Oh, it's just loading slow, maybe.
yeah, Rodimus Inferno Ultra Magnus.
Rodimus. Oh, Inferno? From what season?
I don't know.
It says KD Inferno. Is the KD line? That might be the like higher quality repaints. Is that what that is? Any guess? What is KD line? What up, Dakota?
Calvin says Facebook Marketplace and Mercari and eBay are the same thing. And Dakota says hi.
What is Calvin talking about here? Marketplace, Mercari. Is that how you say it? Mercari? eBay, the same thing. Maybe does he mean like? Yeah, he's just saying the prices are all about the same in that secondary market. He's not saying they're yeah, obviously they're same tokens. Oh yeah. Yeah. Still trying to figure out camera angles to make it make sense. Funny, like this is the kind of thing that always reminds me, like setting up. The fact that we're still like kind of figuring out the whole streaming thing.
Wait, I could not hear you. The new Target Transformers listing discovered Rise of the Beast, Legacy, and Studio Series. And this is listed from Target. And though we are not done with Target Transformers listing, think again. Because once more, courtesy of TFW's JT Prime 17, we have a whole new batch of them. And from what we could tell by looking at their DPCIs, some appear to be figures from the Legacy and Studio Series line. But perhaps more interestingly, we have our first look at what seems to be Rise of the Beast MV7 toy line listings. Although at this time only supporting code names Transformers Alpha, which is $15.99. George Transformers for $9.99. George Transformers, Spike Transformers, the Studio Series, Safari Transformers. Kava says scalpers on these websites are out of control. I can only imagine, and I know we're going to jump into that shortly. And Calvin also says Megatron Red Dragon is coming out again.
Red Jacket?
Red Dragon.
Oh, nice. From which manufacturer? Is it a third-party one he's talking about?
Let's see. Calvin will have the answer for that.
Calvin, which Red Dragon you mean? I know of there's the Iron Factory one. I don't know what the company is that makes, there's like a really big, really great looking, I think a third-party one.
He says it's from Hasbro.
Oh, okay, he's talking about official.
Adjusted my camera settings. So within that time, we had some reviews from Anthony earlier this week. Actually, that's a couple weeks ago. I can put it on the screen. And bot review the Transformers Studio Series Deluxe B127.
Studio Series?
Sorry?
You said that was Studio Series?
Let's see. Yes.
You know what's funny, Spin? Tell me if I'm wrong. I think, just as you're learning to read the news the way you're doing, and this is cool.
Well, hold on. I still can't fully hear you.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wait, do you hear me at all?
I can hear you, but it's
That's funny.
like everything else is louder.
But now you hear me, right?
Yeah, but you gotta speak up louder though.
No, I gotta turn off some other microphone because if you still hear me, I have my mic muted, so that means there's like a second mic going in there somewhere.
Okay.
Which okay, now I just turned one off. I'm gonna mute my mic. Tell me if I'm completely off. Yo, I'm talking. Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
You still hear me?
I can still hear you.
What? Still hear me? That is
Yeah.
weird. Yes. Okay. What about now?
Oh, still quiet.
All right, I'll just have to figure it out later. I don't have another theory.
Color says that Beast Wars Transmetals 2 Red Dragon Megatron is a great figure. It would be nice to get one customized to the color blue and gold. Sorry, blue and black with gold chrome.
Would that homage anything, or just a cool color?
That is an interesting question.
We're asking you, Calvin. We don't know. What is that color scheme? One you made up, or is that like a shattered glass suggestion?
All right.
Okay, I think we finally have
Another review.
No, looking at this You're looking at another review? Oh. So what I noticed is when you were reading them, this is what I was trying to ask you. Do you hear me now?
Barely.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's stick with me until we figure this out. Don't if we switch topics,
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, earlier at one point I could fully hear you, but since then, you've been quiet the entire time.
How about now? Anything different?
No, still the same.
The mic is all the way up. Here's the mic. The mic is plugged in. Seeing the feed. The output. Let me close this. That's off. Okay, what about now?
Still the same.
And if I talk really close in the mic, do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay. I could just boost the gain, but this kind of seems weird. Okay.
We also have
Is that good?
That's good.
Okay.
There we go. Retro Brat reviews from Anthony from August 20th. Flame Toys Optimus Prime IDW version, which is the model kit. So some images that everyone can take a look at. And this was originally written last year this time. So anyone who would like to find out more information about this review can go to childrenofprimus.com in our news reviews section. And look for all of Anthony's reviews that he does on Mondays and Fridays. So, Adi, as you were attempting to say about the news reading,
I was saying, it sounds to me, I'm not, this is not a criticism. This is just me asking you.
Yeah.
When somebody is reading something out loud,
right.
and also we're streaming, so you're trying to do a bunch of things at a time. So Tell me if I'm wrong. I think you are falling victim to the sort of reading the words without listening to the words that you're saying.
It's possible.
So yeah, because like I asked you, I said, "Did you say studio series?" And you're like, "Let me check," and then you go read it again.
Yep. I was like, I just read it, shouldn't I?
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna have it with two things. But that happens to all of us sometimes, right?
Yeah.
It's like just reading the book and this. What? Oh yeah, that's what I said. I did just say that. Yes. Who's the other spin in the corner there? Is that that's your screen?
That is my screen.
You know what I was thinking that we could also do?
There can only be one spin.
Well, it could be a spin on spin.
Nice. Spin off.
I like that. That could work. Yep. Lightweight. So, I lost my train of thought again.
Oh dear.
What were we just talking about?
Well, you were noticing the extra spin on the screen.
Oh, yes. So when we have if we wanted to do, let's say we had a layout, that we want to use for 4 people, right? Because like the three person layout just has a lot of dead space on the screen.
Right. So you can use that space though.
Right. If we make a layover, right?
Right.
Is that what it's called? Layover?
No, I forgot the exact word for it.
Or is it a layup?
Overlay.
There we go. Overlay. All right. Overhead? Acetate? Is that what you said?
Layup is it the basketball.
I was doing an Optimus Prime.
There you go.
What did you say?
Computer
watch me drabble the ball.
Yep.
What I was thinking is, without an overlay, if we had 3 people on the screen, the other thing you could do, aside from share screen, is just log in with another computer, another camera, and have that just facing. Or you could do a share screen and then just use that separate computer as a share screen, and then you can move it around as if it's as a camera view.
This is true.
And it would look that would be different than what you're doing here, right? Because when you show your screen here, we all go off to the side, right? That doesn't operate as like a third or a fourth person.
Well, that I'm not sure until we figure it out. Speaking of which, we have our Patreon and our PayPal set up. So anyone who would like to donate to the cause as to help
you hear me now?
Operational costs.
Can you hear me right now?
I can fully hear you.
That's not okay. Oh, I know. Okay. I know. I get it. Okay, I figured it out. So yeah, I'm muting the mic and controlling the volume in OBS, but stupidly forgetting that the OBS audio has got nothing to do with the StreamYard audio, right? So it's using my OBS virtual cam, but the audio, if I'm recording on my computer, I'm muting it and unmuting it here. But that also has to do with why the gain wasn't that loud, because I had the gain in OBS. Never mind, over talking. But that's the point. That
is the point. Good evening, Bill. As Bill has said, good evening,
all right,
gents.
Bill's in the house. Yeah. So the funny thing is, I watch a lot of streamers, and for a long, like when streaming was new, and even up until slightly before we started doing it, I was like, "You're supposed to be smart. Why are you having so much trouble with the streaming setup?" But now I know better. And like even people who are good at it, like are good at it, they've developed their skills or whatever. Like they still talk about it being a work in progress and uphill. There's a lot to learn.
Yeah, and I mean
a steep growth curve is the
very
term I'm
steep
looking
growth
for.
curve. Yeah, and I mean with every platform, it's you come into that hurdle where every platform is trying to outdo the other one, so there's constantly upgrades happening. So, as soon as you kind of mastered one out of the 20 platforms you're using, that one then changes something. So then you have to relearn it as you're relearning every single other platform you're working with. And then also learn how to make them coexist with each other. So none are canceling out each other and they're all working simultaneously. So, as simple as all of this seems as we're doing right now, there's there's a lot of hamsters and a lot of wheels operating in the background. None of them are hurt, fortunately.
All the more reason why you and I were talking the other day about using older equipment, right? Because one way you could figure out how to like make all this software talk to each other so you can get a mix right or whatever, or you could actually have an old school mixing board and a couple of mics, right? And just manage it that way and then feed it in. So yeah, the newest way to do it isn't always the best way to do it, right?
Correct. I mean, with a lot of the newer equipment, it almost they try to find ways to eliminate the need for all of that older equipment by incorporating everything into the newer equipment. The only problem is, say something goes wrong with that new equipment, it's basically almost analogous to the TV VCR that were built into each other. That if your VCR stops working, you've now lost your TV to send the VCR in for repair. Where at least with the old school setup, if your mic stops working, you just get a new mic or figure something out. The rest of your setup is still working fine, and you don't have to take it all apart.
Exactly. And not only adding on to that, if you want to connect that VCR, TV, continue your TV VCR as one item. Even if both items are working fine, it's one item, so you have less output and input variability. So again, what we're talking about, but then if you're using this in conjunction with something else, in conjunction with another program, or for another application, it's more problematic. So yeah, getting the different platforms to talk to each other is an issue that a lot of streamers are having.
Yeah. And then I'm also, jumping further into the streaming world, you also realize there's a lot of exclusivity between them. Where, for instance, tonight is our first time that we are on Twitch. But at certain levels of Twitch, you're not allowed to stream on other platforms and on Twitch at the same time. They would rather you be exclusive to their platform. Where I believe you could possibly record and show whatever elsewhere after, but you can't do it simultaneously. So I mean, it's not any different from classic media and studios, where say if your show's signed on NBC, they don't really want you to be on ABC and CBS at the same time.
Okay, but didn't you just say we are on Twitch right now?
Right. Only when you get into the upper levels of affiliate accounts and I don't recall the word for it. Then at that point they don't want you to be on multiple platforms.
Basically, when they start paying you.
Yeah, basically. If we're paying you, you belong to us, as Unicron would say. Or has said.
Well, he never was really given much of a salary, was he?
No, I mean it wasn't a salary, just more of okay, you work for me, I'll give you some troops, or I'll recycle your troops and give them back to you.
He gave him a ship.
That's true. I think that's the only one additional thing that he got out of that deal was a ship. So Unicron's the ultimate salesman. You recycle your existing fleet, but you've given them a ship.
I don't know. Do you think he's more in sales or more into consumption?
More into consumption.
I think he's more a consumer than he is, a retailer.
Yeah. Well, is it still count as a consumer if you're buying up all the smaller companies?
It's not what we mean by consumer.
Correct.
right? It's consuming the other companies. That would be. It's not, but it's not retail. It's not sales.
No. As Bill said, a recycler.
Yeah. You know what? Here's a good question. Okay, I have a question for everybody on the stream. What does Unicron's shit look like? I think Bill just, gave us a good idea there. So we eat planets. What does he shit out? Asteroids?
I think I have the answer for that, but I'll wait for our viewers to give us the answer.
Maybe Mars. Maybe like Mars used to have life on, Mars, and then he eats it and he just shits out like a dead rock. It's still a planet, but it's got no atmosphere. It's got no life.
That's funny.
Well, only water is like deep underground and ice. Yeah.
The planet Goo, as said by Bill.
Makes sense. Or the planet of junk when he ate a lot of junk food.
That's possible.
Goo might have just been diarrhea. Oh, and that's where you get the gas giants from.
Yes.
It's just
Jupiter
is just a giant Unicron fart. Hot take.
I mean, I was thinking more of an angle that he's self-sufficient in a sense of whatever planet he eats, he just it turns into energy. So there isn't like that is the output.
The output, okay, but I mean, when you eat food, you turn it into energy, but you don't use every molecule. The stuff that you don't use is waste.
Right, but in Unicron's sense, maybe he's figured out how to not waste any of that. Or whereas like he finds, he's possibly found some function for everything that he's consuming.
Yeah, well, listen, if that theory is true, then where did Jupiter come from? How do you explain there's no life on Mars today?
Until the rovers showed up.
Mechanical life. Mechanical beings that sense and that have emotions and thoughts like us.
Well, Bill says, and the Junkium planet lost gas. Gas giants.
Yeah. I think that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on the planet he's eating. Yeah, exactly. He eats junk food, shits out a junk planet. Right? He eats a bunch of racist comment alert. No, I'm not gonna say it. He eats a planet that gives him diarrhea. He gets planet goo. Right? He eats a good, hardy, rocky planet. Waste is recycled rocks. Exactly. If it's a good solid planet through and through, then he shits out Mars, and like what he's eating all the organic matter and all the life on it. And it's just a big rock. But if it's a less well-formed planet, then it's the recycled rocks. He just shits out an asteroid belt. It's all the little pellets rather than a nice big one. I think we got a hit concept on our hand here.
I think so. I'm just mentally thinking of like, how did we go here?
Well, it's always good to mentally think, but when you do have to go, don't go here.
Right.
Because when you gotta go, you gotta go. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. As
right. Not
Unicron has already gone. Yes.
That's right. Oh, maybe. On the other hand, how about this? Unicron is, in some of the fiction, Unicron and Primus are like primordial beings.
Right.
I don't know if they also are from different dimensions or if there's any kind of dimensionality involved. But maybe, if so, maybe the reason why you've never seen him shit out a planet is because he eats worlds, and then they disappear from this universe and pop up in a parallel universe. So maybe that's where Shattered Glass comes from.
This could be possible.
He eats a planet, and then he shits it out in another universe, and it becomes the opposite of whatever it was. So, like, that planet we see at the beginning of the movie where Kranix is there and he's running away. Like, all those guys, all the people who were, like, good guys on that planet, they became bad guys, and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
All the women became men. Good thing Lava's not on stream.
Yeah, that would go a different direction. So I'm trying to find this article. I read recently from the CBR website the differences.
Bill, that's deep. Thanks, Bill.
Yes. And
I tried.
Galvatron.
What about Megatron and Galvatron?
Let's see if I can find the article again. Basically, there's a reasoning between why Galvatron wasn't a better leader. I think it was the other way around, but there's just a lot of holes that we found in the article. Let's see if I can find it. I think this was it. The movie Galvatron was a better leader than Megatron.
I mean, we saw him not be, right?
Yeah.
Wait, the article says who's a better leader?
Let's see. So article says Galvatron was a better leader than Megatron.
Okay. What did he accomplish?
Well, let's see. So,
I mean, it would make sense. Like, he should be a better leader.
Should, but he wasn't.
But are you taking it into? Are you counting like that period between when he comes out of that lava pit and then when they fix him up on that psychiatry planet? Because that's what he was all messed up. He was all messed up, right? So once he came, so you should count from after that.
Yeah, because I would only consider, his, his only high point of leadership was basically once Unicron rebuilt him, up until we had to fight with Rodimus. So, I mean, that's like a moment, almost the same as like Starscream being in
not even all the way up to the fight with Rodimus, because he didn't do so well in his fight with Unicron either.
This is correct.
Even though he had the Matrix.
So then the question is, at what point was Galvatron really a better leader?
Well, what does the article say?
Well, let's see. Well, saying how Megatron was the commander of Decepticons and ruled over his subordinates with an iron fist, he wasn't as oppressive. While he wasn't oppressive, he also wasn't kind. And he also took out his frustrations on Starscream, who always questioned him and tried to overthrow his leadership. So that we know is true. But also saying, right, I think this was one point that I questioned. Megatron was also an impulsive leader, and he used his strategic prowess to orchestrate schemes to steal Energon or attack the Autobots.
He was impulsive. Megatron was impulsive.
You think he was impulsive?
No, I'm asking. Just say what the claims are in the thing.
Oh, I didn't hear you as asking it as a question.
I was just confirming which one it's saying is impulsive. It is saying Megatron is impulsive?
Yes.
Okay. That doesn't... And what did he say? And what did it say the schemes were?
Let's see.
Because like all those... Yeah, go ahead.
To orchestrate schemes to steal Energon or attack the Autobots.
That's not impulsive. That's planning. That literally is referring to planning.
And that was exactly a point that I found a flawed. Where it's like Megatron was never impulsive. He, like, out of all the Decepticons, he basically was like planned out 10 steps ahead of everyone.
Like on every episode, he's got a plan going on. He's not just like, especially not like, what are we doing tonight? He's like, I don't know, let's go raid the Autobots, see what happens. Yeah, that's not how it goes. I know. Let's see if we can take on the Ark.
Well, let's take on all the Autobots.
Yeah. So, this thing that you were saying about like how many characters are in a franchise versus in individual episodes. So, were you saying that G.I. Joe has less than Transformers? Because I would think that would be a fairly even comparison.
Yes. So in one of the groups, someone had posted saying that some of the other cartoons, like G.I. Joe, Thundercats, I think there's a few others that they also listed. They were saying that those cartoons had more characters than Transformers. Although, I mean, many a times in groups, when some of the questions are posted, the questions aren't too clear to begin with. Like, for instance, in one Marvel group, they posted who's the weakest Avenger, and my answer was Tony Stark. And of course, being on the internet, a lot of people got upset over that. And I'm like, well, you think about it. Between Bruce Banner,
yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Bruce Banner. You try to attack Bruce, he instantly turns into the Hulk. So he's naturally stronger than everyone. Thor is strong. Who else was listed?
It would only be between him and Banner. I mean, unless like Hawkeye for sure is going to be stronger. And maybe it's probably Banner.
To be the weakest.
Yeah. Because Tony Stark's has to wear that suit. He's got to lift the suit. He's got to put it on. And he has to work out to be Iron Man, right? Like, he's got to learn the moves and all that kind of stuff, right? So he's got to be real fit. David Banner don't have to be fit. He just gets angry.
Right. But I mean, that was one of the jokes. The Banner is always angry. So technically, he's always wearing his Hulk suit. And that was one point I brought out, where it's like Tony, as you said, Tony needs his suit. Everyone else, with or without their suit, they naturally have their powers. Tony is powerless without his suit.
There's been plenty of times in the fiction where Banner has temporarily lost the ability to turn into the Hulk.
This is true.
So he doesn't always have the suit. And then even in the series, right after he got after Hulk got beat up by Thanos, he didn't want to come out.
Right.
He's like, nah, fuck that. Nah.
But let me see if I can find this image on this computer. I know it's on my other one. So essentially.
So the question is, if you pick Starks or Bixby or David Banner, then you're saying that Black Widow is stronger than both of those guys.
Essentially, I mean,
yeah. Which again I could buy for David Banner, easily for Banner, but Tony Stark's that's got to be questionable. I'm not. She could be stronger, but Tony Stark has to be strong, to do just the acrobatics. But then again, Black Widow, that's also acrobatics.
True. But now here's the funny thing. again go with the opposite of you go in the DC universe and then you look at Batman Beyond. I mean, because the suit was initially Bruce's suit because he was older in age, so he didn't have his same physical, abilities as when he was younger. So in a sense, like his suit compensated for his lack of ability.
What does that have to do with?
Well, we're saying that in terms of Tony Stark, Tony has to work out and everything in order to.
You're saying who's the weakest of the Super Friends, of the Justice League?
Yeah, I mean, naturally, Bruce is the weakest out of all of them. But we're talking about Bruce when he's like in his 60s or 70s.
At that point, you're saying he's not the weakest?
No, he's even weaker. And that's where his new suit compensated for that. So it still gave him his strength of when he was younger.
So basically, his later suit became more like Iron Man suit.
Correct.
Which character? Obviously, Batman was invented before Iron Man. Do you think Iron Man was Marvel's answer to Batman?
Possibly. I mean, I'll have to go back and see when the two were created.
They're both millionaires, engineers, right? They design stuff for their costumes. They use technology to be their superpower.
Yeah.
In a world of superheroes. I think Tony Stark's is a Batman ripoff. Playboy.
You never know.
Never.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I nailed it. I'm pretty sure I nailed it. I think I do know.
So we have to go into a DC room and argue that, and see what people say to that.
Everybody in DC would say yes. It's Marvel where they'll say no.
Right. That is correct.
But I mean, the facts are what I just said. How are you gonna? How can you argue?
Online arguments and facts. Like you'll have one side where it's like, here's specific facts that are documented, proven by millions of people, and then the other side where it's like opinion. And it's just, well, I just don't think that's what it is, so I will use that as my argument. That's not a valid argument, but okay.
I would like to know what argument you've seen that fits what you described, namely something which has been proven by millions of people.
The U.S. elections, but I don't want to go down that road.
That's a pretty good one.
Sorry?
That's a pretty good one. What do you mean by proven by millions of people?
Well, in a sense, say if you and I had a debate about something, and I seen this in a whole other topic. So just to kind of present it, I present a topic saying, well, I don't believe ceiling fans are effective for whatever reason. But on your side, you show all the effective reasons. You show all the data from scientists, data from consumers, all numerous testings. All this information is available to millions of people. Other people have also tested these facts and everything. So so you have documented facts on why the ceiling fan's effective. I'm just throwing in an opinion.
But for any example that you could think of that nature. See, it was interesting. You said millions of people have access to the information.
Mm-hmm.
That's the nuance that I was alluding to, because even if there's been, Bill, we're keeping it engineering here. Except everything's political, but
Well, we could even tie this into Transformers, but I want to see where you go.
what I'm saying is, even if there's a paper, it's peer reviewed, and then some other people test the theory, et cetera, that's at most it's usually like a dozen people. At most it's 100 or a couple hundred. But then it's accepted by millions, just accessed by millions.
Right.
But there's nothing that's proved by millions of people.
Okay, that could be correct. But then I was going to say the whole going down that road of Hot Rod killing Optimus Prime, where there's a lot of opinions on this, but there's no actual facts of this actually happening. But yet there's a strong belief that everyone is convinced that Hot Rod killed Optimus.
I think it's funny that when you talk about actual facts, and we're talking about a fictional cartoon.
Yes, but I mean, even with a fictional cartoon, I mean, like how many real life examples have we found? But just going through the cartoon, at no point is there any evidence of any sort that supports the opinion that's been based by many.
I don't get it. Yep. What? Yes, there is.
Okay, what is
It's just.
which I think we have brought this up before, but what is your theory?
When you say there's no evidence, I mean the evidence is Hot Rod attacked Megatron, and then he was used as a hostage, so Prime couldn't fire, and then he got shot. So that's how it turned out. It's just the reason why that's not conclusive proof that he messed it up is because he doesn't know. Nobody else knows. You can't know if you go with Megatron. Maybe he would have taken Megatron down. Maybe Megatron was wounded enough that he goes in there and knocks him out. Right? So you can't say he got Optimus killed. Maybe even if he didn't, and this was Anthony's point, right? Maybe Prime would have lost the fight anyway. Right? So this is the problem. The technical term for this is counterfactuals. So you can like charge somebody for getting involved in something that they shouldn't have, and then the outcome was bad.
That is correct.
But you can't know what the other outcome would have been, right? So you make an argument which is a counterfactual, right? That's a counterfactual is the hypothetical of what you think would have happened if that person didn't get involved.
That is correct.
Now, I'll just say, to keep it too complicated, it's not that the counterfactual didn't happen and doesn't happen. It just happens in a different timeline somewhere in the multiverse. Because you see, everything is happening in the multiverse.
Yes.
Including there's one version of this episode where I'm you and you're me. And everything that I'm saying, you say. And vice versa.
No, and the screens are flipped.
What's Bill saying?
Yeah.
Matrix wouldn't let Prime shoot. Nice. Save the race. Sounds like Marcus Garvey.
Prime new.
Prime? The Matrix?
Let me share this screen.
What do you got?
Oh, I know it's not. Going to look as show me.
Oh, cool. Yeah, throw that up on full screen. I can put this on full screen too. I like that.
Yeah, so I mean, as you can see, this is basically all the characters that were in every season of the show, including the movie, and this is only the Autobots. so seeing this, I'm like, what other cartoon that we grew up with, or know of, where there's this many characters?
G.I. Joe has more characters. So
Dude.
when you were asking the question, you said you think some people got it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little ambiguous even when you talked about it. So I thought you were saying when you were unsure about G.I. Joe, I was guessing, okay, maybe what you're saying is even though there's hundreds of Transformers, there's hundreds of Joes and Cobras,
Right.
but on an individual episode, you don't see them all. There's just speaking roles for a handful of them.
Yeah, like at no point is there ever like all of them, or a whole bunch of them.
So
Like,
if
it's
that's
rare.
if that's what you're comparing with G.I. Joe and Transformers, might be the case that Transformers tend to have more speaking role characters per episode on average than G.I. Joe. I'm not positive about that, but I could
Right.
buy that argument. But if you're just saying number of figures, I'm sure there's more G.I. Joe figures than there are Transformers.
I mean, again, it's one of those questions that wasn't properly laid out. So, because even I had to question exactly what are we asking here?
But if you were under the impression, sounds like you were under the impression that Transformers have more characters. G.I. Joe has more. I'm pretty sure. They started earlier. They ended later, and they had
Okay.
new characters every season,
Right.
and they're cheaper to make.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, like a GI Joe character mold was like that was already an existing mold from like all other types of like little figures and toys and stuff, but like they just used that for the GI Joe line. I mean, from
they?
that original ones where it was like that little elastic band in the waist.
Yeah.
Like there was other toys that were like that weren't GI Joe.
Okay. But they didn't have the kung fu grip.
No.
See, yeah, the swivel kung fu grip, which they introduced like in the second season, I think, of Transformers.
Okay.
Pokemon. Possibly because they keep making more, right?
True. It's possible. And I mean, just because, by the time Pokemon came out, like, I was older, but I knew a lot of younger children that were really into Pokemon and collecting all of them. So I could see them having a lot more as well.
Voltron not so much.
No, I mean Voltron. No, not even close. And same as Thundercats. Like
Thundercats has more than Voltron.
Yes. It's funny how both of them are cats.
Which of these 80s cartoons has the greatest number of characters in the shows relative to the number of toys that exist? I confused myself.
That's a good question. So I'm thinking Visionaries. I don't think that's the case. A lot of people don't remember that cartoon.
So did Visionaries, do you think Visionaries used every single toy?
Possibly. I mean, I don't recall how many characters they had.
Well, I mean, they only ran for one season, right? And they were only in stores for a year.
And funny enough, Mask was the same thing, because they came out in '85, which was the high point of Transformers, so they weren't able to fully compete.
How many seasons did they last?
One.
Okay.
Yeah, if they came out maybe
I'm
80...
surprised with that, because that was a pretty big hit. Like, do you know Sectors?
Yes, I remember them.
Okay. So, like, that wasn't huge, right? That was one season, and it was done.
Okay.
And I have all the toys. I have all
Nice.
the Sectors. I got them, like, when they were coming out. But Mask, it seems to... But a lot of people don't remember Sectors. But Mask, like, people remember it. So I'm surprised it was only one season.
Yeah, I mean,
The show wasn't two?
I think it was only one, and I think only, but they had I mean, back then when shows, one season was like 30, 40 episodes, and not like nowadays where there's like 7 episodes and then they take a break for like a year and a half.
Why do you think that is?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is now? That seasons are so much shorter, with like a few exceptions. Like, I'm trying to think if there's any Netflix shows.
Well, I mean, the attention span of a lot of people have gone down from from like an episode to basically like the amount of time they could read a tweet. By the time they get to the end of the sentence, they've already lost attention and they're bored. I mean, at certain points, it was like the fault of Hollywood, where then the writers go on strike, and then like a season ends up taking like 2 years to come out. So by then, like the interest is gone for the show. And I mean, also the fact there's way too many platforms that exist. Where say back in the day, like if there was like 2 or 3 clubs in downtown, you had an event. Everyone's showing up to those 2 or 3 clubs. Eventually, now there's like 100 clubs in the city. You've scattered everyone out to all of those clubs. So in terms of like your profits, the profit to do a big production isn't there as it used to be.
Okay, I was like, I was about to say, and you're talking about the clubs, and this is your explanation as to why there's not enough.
Place.
Yeah, no, but you did tie it back. You did tie it back because you talked about the cost to pay out of a given major production. So so even if you do a major production, you're saying people aren't going to watch as much of it.
Yep.
So it's got to be bigger and shorter. So it's more exciting, more explosive, to get the eyeballs, rather than something that is a slow burn that draws people in, and then they're expected to watch 46 episodes.
That's true.
And in G.I. Joe, what does it say here?
So to catch up on the comments, the bill says, in G.I. Joe, there is Cobra, Foot Soldier, or Bats. Yeah, I forgot about Bats, for every named Joe.
Yep.
When G.I. Joe doesn't have basic soldiers, they all have names.
Let me say about to Bill on that point. I think that some people have said that there are 1 or 2 characters in the original, in the first line of G.I. Joe, that were meant to be sort of army builder characters, even though they were given names on the package. I'm trying to remember. I think maybe Zap, maybe, and Grunt. I think those might be 2 G.I. Joe characters that were initially maybe molded or conceptualized as army builders, but then they gave them names, and they went away. They went. And those guys spin, if you don't know, they're just like really the most bland G.I. Joe figures that exist. They're like just wearing green, basically.
Right.
We got Continue.
So Bill also says there are only 898.
A mere 898. Yeah.
That's a lot of characters. I don't think. I don't even know, considering if we think of like all the Transformers like of G1, I think collectively maybe 600-700.
Really, you think it's less than this number?
I think it's less, and I mean that's even given the fact of if we're going by.
Yeah, all the way.
Like, for instance, like combiners could be a technicality where it's like a combiner is technically 6 figures, but really physically it's still five toy figures.
Right.
Where technically once they're combined, it's really 1 figure, and you've subtracted the other 4. same as like with Headmasters and Target Masters. But I don't think the entire Transformers would be anywhere near 898.
What do you think it would be? What year are you going up to, and what's your guess?
I'm going up until I think when the toy stopped.
88? Are you saying 88?
Probably about 88, maybe 89, because there were a very few good characters in that later part, like the micro Transformers. I mean, Power Master Prime, I think, was 87-ish. So there's a few, and actually all of like the later tapes, like Slugfist,
when
Overkill.
That was all 88?
Yeah, I think those might have been 88.
What about Pretenders?
Yeah, Pretenders are G1 as well.
No, but is it 88 or 89?
Maybe, probably 88, because they were in the comic book.
Okay.
So I think in total maybe about 600-700.
I think, the funny thing is, when I first saw the number up there, that Bill put up there, I was first thinking, I also was thinking about seasons. I'm like, okay, is that Pokemon collectively over X number of seasons? Or is it like, yes, but that was only 2 seasons? Or is that like, it's 100 a season, it's been going on for 9 seasons?
Right.
But either way, but the funny thing about it is when I first saw the number, I was thinking that there were more Transformers. But then when I asked you, and then I'm like, oh yeah, visualize those catalogs. And I'm like, none of those catalogs don't even go up to 100. And from one year to another, there is a lot of duplicates. So I think even maybe 700 might be, might be pushing it. It might be less than that.
Well, you know what? I think within this week we'll have a definitive answer for next week's show.
I think we can.
Research.
Post in your comments. What do you think?
Yeah.
What's your guess at how many G1 Transformers characters there are altogether?
Yeah, so as Bill says, the internet says there's 228 different Transformers, which seems low to me, and I agree that is low, because just looking at this image of Autobots, I mean, there's probably close, maybe not 200, but I mean, maybe close to 200. And that's
no way. There's nowhere near 200 here. Nowhere near.
No.
I say this is 100 at most.
100?
Can you remove the comment so I can see the thing without the thing on the bottom?
We just sit here on a live stream, just count 1, 2, 3.
It's not 100. I'm saying it's less. It's 100 or less.
Okay, but you know what? Let's make this. Let's
go ahead.
Go on a general. Like, let's.
You're saying basically I win if it's 149 or under, and you win if it's 150 or over.
Okay, Calvin is saying 80. I'm just gonna go by a general grouping at guessing. So Dinobots, that's already 5. Then we have Protectobots.
Right, where's Swoop? Where do you see Swoop anywhere?
He's actually up by Metroplex.
There. Oh yeah, yep. There he is.
Yeah,
okay.
It's funny when people posted this image. There's a lot of characters that they're like, so and so is missing. They're like, nope, they're there. Every single one that's in the cartoon is there. But say like any that wasn't. And this helps. We're not.
Also, they're grouped. So like you got the movie crew right up in the corner there.
Yeah, and funny enough, we're not including characters that weren't in the show. Because say like Hubcap, Buster, Blur, Whirl and Roadbuster, the mail away Autobots.
Spin. It's so funny. It's so funny that you thought there's like 200 here. Like look at that. There's not near that.
Okay, so let's see. So Dinobots 5, Aerial Bots 10, Protectobots 15.
Wait. Aerial Bots 10? What?
Oh no, I'm adding them all together.
Oh. Okay. Combiners.
Yeah.
Got you. But then it's 15. That's what you said. Okay.
Yeah, so okay, hold on one moment.
Look, if we're talking about the ARC cars, I can help you out. The ARC cars, there are 18 of them, the regular size cars. Okay?
Okay, so let's see.
And they were all in the show. And then the mini bots from season 1, there's 6 of them. I believe everyone was in the show. Was Windcharger in the show?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, whatever was on that sheet, they were in the show.
Okay. So, did you get so you got that number? 6 plus 8. Oh, I said it wrong. It's 11. 11 plus 6 plus Prime. 18 Autobots.
Okay, so 18.
Decepticons, there was 10.
Right.
But they're not even in here. These are Autobots.
Yeah, these are only just Autobots.
Are you still arguing that this is going to be 150 or more?
Yeah, let's see. Let me. Okay, so how many original mini bots did you say?
6.
Okay, 6. And then how many cars?
11. Excuse me for talking.
And then
while
plus
I'm eating.
Prime would be
18.
okay. And now we're gonna add Protectobots, Aerial Bots, and I forgot the name of the last ones. Protectobots, Aerial Bots, and
Technobots.
Technobots. Okay, got them. Okay. All of
Now
the
the
Dinobots.
new season, yeah, that's 5. The new season cars,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ballpark. It's either 5 or 6.
Okay, so let's just say 6.
Let's say 6.
Okay, and then we add Blaster.
Oh, yes, that's right. And there's a new season mini bots, which there was 5 of them. They didn't make 6. There was 5.
Okay, so that's 5.
Cosmos, Power Glide.
Omega.
Let me see if I can name the 5 mini bots from the second season. Cosmos, Power Glide. Boom, zang, pow.
Warpath.
Like you. Sea Spray. Beachcomber.
Yep.
Did I miss any? That's 5. So if you could think of any more 1985 Autobots minis, then I was wrong.
Okay, so far that's 51.
Good. Now, did you do the movie cast?
Nope.
I think that looks like 5.
Okay, so another 5 for the movies.
Who's behind them? Who's right behind Springer there?
Wait, is it right behind Springer? You know what?
Behind Springer and RC. Oh, it's Magnus, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. There's 6 of them.
Okay, so one more. So we're about set 57. We forgot Jetfire, Skyfire.
That's not 2. I hope you know.
No, just depending how we want to call him.
Okay, and then is that the headmasters, sort of down and beside Superion?
Oh, Outback and Swerve and Pipes. Oh no, they're season 3.
Right.
Okay, so we won't get to those yet.
But the headmasters are there, are they not?
Yeah, headmasters are there.
Okay, so that's 4.
Okay, so plus 4.
Okay, now there's Alpha Trion on top of the arc there, and what's beside him? I can't tell what's beside him. In my mind, that looks like Scourge, but it must be the female Autobots.
Let me go on a little. Oh, right. So there are the female Autobots, and I think there were about 5 of them.
Yeah, but can you zoom in there? Because it looks like there's more stuff there. I can't figure out what it is.
Yeah, I can't quite zoom in. That's as far as I'll have to get a better way to zoom in one day on this.
All right. So you got him, and then you got the 5 female Autobots.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and what is above him there? Is that One of Ravage's tapes?
No, Blaster's tapes.
That's sorry. That's Ravage's tapes. I'm tired. That's what they are. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that's 4.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Now I can make it out. Now is that a character? I think Skylinks is up there.
He is up there, so that's another one. Yeah, and then
Calvin wins. Calvin wins. 80.
Well, we didn't count Metroplex, but that's actually 3 characters. And Fortress Maximus, that's another 3.
Calvin, me and you won. Spin is somehow going to try to make this go all the way up to 200.
Yep, so I mean, from our calculation, we hit a 79. But I think Calvin won on that. So 80. And that's just the Autobots side.
Good job, Calvin.
So, what would be the... once we start adding the Decepticons.
Why don't you Google how many G.I. Joe characters are there? Stop.
Oh, yeah, we didn't count the mini-bots from the 3rd season. So, so maybe we're being between 80 to 90. So we're still in the close range to 80.
We didn't do most of the 3rd season. Oh, yeah, I guess we did do most. Yeah, because it was yeah.
Oh, yeah, and the Target Masters. We didn't.
I think you said that that picture was maybe all the Transformers or all the Autobots that were in the entire G1 cartoon.
Yeah, so all the way up to Rebirth.
Oh, okay, but those mini-bots were in the cartoon just for a short period.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm dying. When is Orlati coming on? Oh, he says, where's the link? I'm gonna have to tag out for a minute and just take a breather and then come back. Once we get him on the line. He says, yo, where's the link? Scroll up, son. There's a lot of things here. Wow, look at all these messages. Alright, well, Lottie, I just reposted it for you. Scroll down. Spin telling you to scroll up. I'm telling you to scroll down.
Either way, it's scrolling.
But 5.0. They hating. I'm scrolling. Trying to catch me scrolling dirty. Trying to catch me scrolling dirty.
Was that TF Collective said?
I'm like trying to hold my eyes open. I'm so tired.
Or do we include other iterations? Would movie Optimus Prime and G1 Optimus Prime count as the same character? So I mean, in the sense of G1, then it would be the same character because we're only speaking on, from the cartoon of season 1 and 2, the movie, and then 3 and season 4. Which I would say the only disappointment I had with the cartoon is they never had Power Master Prime and Piranacons in it. Like I really would have liked to.
In the cartoon, you mean?
Yeah, in the cartoon. Like I really would have liked to have seen Piranacons. Sorry, the Seacons and Piranacon. Cause like the way they built him, he's basically just like, the C version of Predaking.
Hmm.
So as we've hit the 9 o'clock hour, we should jump into our main topic of discussion.
Why don't we save our friend first?
Yes, our friend is missing.
Yo,
as he jumps
Children of Primus is talking to himself.
Yes, isn't that funny?
How about this? How about we just send it direct to his personal chat? Is he there? Michael. You could do it faster than me. Just put it in his... Okay, I got it. Never mind. Paste. Alright, I sent it to his personal chat.
I guess while we're waiting for Mike to join in, you remember like all your points that you had for the topic of scalpers?
Yes.
Okay.
But I can't say them tonight. I'm too tired to do that thing. That was too tiring. Did Orlati acknowledge getting this?
I can't hear you.
Cause you got that big party going on over there.
Yes.
Okay, he says, I'm having trouble with my setup, trying to figure things out. And then he says an explicit word. I mean, Orlati, you could just click on a phone to come into StreamYard.
But
He's his setup. Oh, he's got his new stuff. He's got a new stuff.
Yeah, he got his new stuff. Although I was thinking you should probably do the new stuff later in the week. Jumping on with new stuff, it never quite works.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you should just come on with your phone, Orlati.
Yeah, like you can't jump on stage with new equipment that you haven't used before.
Good analogy. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? When he comes on, I'm gonna go into Anthony mode. I'll do. You guys can talk, and I'll just
actually. I've been waiting to do the opposite.
ASMR.
I'm waiting for him to come on so I could finish what I was doing.
Oh, you guys are not dedicated. You guys don't know how to talk. Problem is, yeah, your talkers are all tired out. I'm dead tired. I didn't get enough sleep last night. I went on a road trip to Chicago.
I say we start the topic with scalpers. What do you think of when you hear this, especially in a Transformers in the realm of Transformers?
I am irritated by it because I think that most of the discussion is hypocritical. Nice, Bill.
Nice.
As I stated before, the way you do business. This is not what I stated before. Just saying it now. You all know. If you don't know now, you know. Business, you buy low, sell high. What is scalping? Scalping is, you know that the value of the item is going to go up. You predict. You have a good idea. The item is going to be worth more. The item is going to sell out. So as a way to take advantage of this basic business principle, which is when you can predict a scarcity, you can predict the market value of something going up. So you take advantage of that. And that's, if you're, as I said before, if you're anti-capitalist, which I happen to be, then you can have a consistent argument against it. But these people who are like scalpers, they're buying items from capitalist corporations. And those corporations function on the identical principle that scalping functions on. So the only difference is one is a higher level pimp, one is a higher level exploiter, right? Doing business. There are they're official businesses because they're millionaires. Scalpers are just doing the same kind of thing on an individual basis, and they don't have an LLC registered. That's the only difference. So this is my problem with people who are criticizing scalpers. And then thinking Walmart is legitimate. Like, they're buying the fucking shit from Walmart. Walmart kills people on a regular basis, right? So, like, there's no scalping process that is less ethical than the store that you are buying this shit from and not criticizing.
Yeah, and I mean, even from all of the discussions I've seen last year, it's like somehow people overlook that the online version of Walmart operates differently than when you go into the store. So I mean, in a sense, the store version of Walmart, they get their supplies from Hasbro. You walk in the store and you buy it. The online version, they're basically just a middleman, working as an affiliate system, no different than Amazon or AliExpress, where you're just buying it through them. The item is shipped from Hasbro directly to the customer. Like nothing's actually shipped from Walmart.
Okay, let me correct you on this. I've mentioned this to you a number of times. The nuance that you're missing here is Walmart has their regular products on the website that they do own and that they do sell, and that they're selling it at their manufacturer price, the same price that they're selling it in the store. They have it on their website, okay? So they have their regular products. In addition to that, they have this system which has been added to many businesses now, many major businesses, right? So if you go, so same thing as if you go on Best Buy. You go on Best Buy, they do have their in-store items.
Yes.
They do have, which are for their, MSRP stuff. And then they have their secondary market sort of bid system, which it's not a bid system, but secondary market. I'm trying to see, secondary markets, like individual sellers facilitated through them, right?
Yeah.
And so so just because when if this is all clear to you, which I don't doubt that it is. Well, I did doubt it, but if it's clear to you now, it means that the way you were expressing it was making it sound like Walmart's website only has third-party sellers that they are facilitating, rather than they also have this parallel system. But it is very annoying, right? Because they don't always.
You have to kind of pay attention to realize that difference between if it's directly from Walmart or the third party.
That would I think it would be a lot less obnoxious if they like made something about the listing, like even in a thumbnail, very obvious, right? That this is a third party thing, not shipped and sold by Walmart.
Right.
Agree with you. Now, but this is just like, that is not necessarily scalping. And you know how people complain about eBay prices. This is a very related thing. Like, eBay full of scalpers.
Other animal, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, or is it though? It's not a different animal. It's the same animal, because what it is the secondary market, where the price is being driven by, direct to consumer value.
Right. It's just in terms of eBay's practices, or in a sense, what they allow people to do within their system.
Like what?
Well, I mean, for instance, selling an item for $1, but then the shipping is like $8,000. Whereas like you can't sell the item for $8,000, but you find that loophole to overprice it somewhere within your listing. But then within that, eBay has like all these other fees that you sell a high price item on there, and then they're asking for almost 50% within their fees, and it's kind of pointless to sell anything through eBay. On top of the fact of just their practices that they've changed over the years of allowing sellers to basically to rip off the buyers, and then also allowing the buyers to rip the sellers off. Where it wasn't like that years ago.
Well, if you're talking about like the years of Captain Jack Sparrow, it kind of was. But I'm saying,
Yep.
all right, is this Michael Orlati guy going to come on here? Because I need to take a nap.
I think he'll show up at some point.
I'm woozy.
So now on the other side of, when everyone is arguing in terms of the scalpers, the distribution between the toys actually allows the scalpers to function. And in that sense, it is almost not even scalpers. It's allowing a certain segment of a market to understand how the supply and demand works. Whereas, like, well, if the corporate structure is only going to supply 4 or 5 out of their 100 stores, certain item, knowing that these other 95 stores have people that want to buy and have the money, someone's going to step in and figure out how to sell to those other, to that other 95% of the market, considering the corporate will only focus on 5% of the market.
This is a good question too. So Bill says, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but yeah, basically you're saying, scarcity, as I mentioned, right? The way scalping works is there's a predictable scarcity, and the demand will still be there once the item is no longer scarce. Now, Bill says scalpers can't exist if you don't buy from them. So obviously that's true. Also true of Walmart. But people can't seem to resist, even though they know it's bad, right? So why? Because in the scalpers case, it's different with Walmart than scalpers. But in the case with scalpers, the desire to have this thing is greater than the desire not to pay X number of dollars more than the MSRP. Right? So that's the volatility of markets. Pre-ordering is funny because somebody mentioned on here, Bill, maybe it was you, it might have been Bill, I can't remember, who said they really like to do pre-orders on BBTS because you don't have to pay up front and you can cancel anytime, which is different than a number of other places. Like my favorite place is Toy Dojo, but their pre-orders and you used to have to pay it first. Yeah, it was Bill. You used to have to pay it first. Then they changed it so they just bill you like a week before the item comes in. But they still, just as per what Bill was saying, so I would do all my pre-orders from Toy Dojo, but you still have to, like, if you do want to cancel a Toy Dojo item, and I don't know if that's different now because they have a new website now, so I haven't tried it, but you have to like email them to get it canceled, and that's also the same with a lot of places. You got to communicate with them if you want to cancel your pre-order. BBTS, it's all automated, so that's very cool. But still, the thing with pre-orders is, for most of these stores, in order to get free shipping, you have to pay. Your order has to be $150. And so the issue with, like, if you pre-order it, you don't know when it's going to arrive. And now BBTS has this stack. I think maybe Bill was saying that he did the stack. But I don't like using the stack because do you want me to explain what it is? I guess I'll explain it for the sake of other people who don't know anyway. You can stack your items, meaning, let's say you do all your pre-orders, and then you have like, $80 of stuff that came in, or $100 worth of stuff that came in. You have to pay for it once it arrives, but you don't have to ship it. And so you can have them hold it until the next thing comes in that you want, so you meet that $150 threshold, and then they'll ship it all at once. But the problem is that could be months, so everybody else gets their whatever figure, and yours is like you're waiting there, so then another one shows up. Pile of loot. Did I call it something else?
Well, I mean, that's interesting. In
I
terms
was
of
said
the
stacking something, but yeah, pile of loot is what I'm talking about.
pre-orders, because there's one website, and I mean, I'm not going to call out the website names in case I'm calling out, call out the incorrect one. But there's one that a lot of people were complaining that they put their pre-orders in, and around the time when they were expecting, some sort of shipment to show up or anything, they just get these emails that's like your pre-order's been canceled. So here you are thinking, okay, this cool figure is coming out in October. I put my pre-order in from like May or June, and in October it will all be paid for and it will show up in my house, and then like October 1st, I get this email that it's canceled. So it's like I've lost my advanced chance of getting it, and now it's impossible to get.
Yeah, that's relatively rare, but well, okay. TF,
I don't know if it's as rare though. I see like within all the groups, a lot of people were complaining about that.
Yeah, but
with certain figures too.
It was certain figures, certain companies, and it was pandemic related.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at what is this comment that Calvin has up here with the G.I. Joe Classified? They got mad at Target's summer sale.
There we go.
Oh, maybe they went mad, meaning they bought everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're selling it for $150. I mean, I'm thinking about it. Like how many figures does any scalper really buy? 10, 20? They're not, or I mean, you tell me. This is Calvin's comment, right? It's just off the, yeah. Okay, well, you got it there. Like Calvin, like what do you think? I can imagine somebody like driving around to like all the Targets in their area. What's that going to be? 5 max, and then they're going to buy out if it's a particular figure. How many do they get? 4 or 5 each store. So maybe it's 20. So like, yeah, it sucks for the people who live in that area. Maybe my numbers are way off. You guys tell me. I don't know. I
was gonna say that's a whole other issue with distribution, because say you go in that scalper mindset and you're like, okay, there's 10 Targets, and then that's on the state side. So over here, like there's 10 Walmarts that I could like accessibly drive to, and and I'll go to each one and I'll buy.
Hold on. Make the numbers reasonable. How many? You can't drive to 10 Walmarts. I hope.
Yeah, I could. I mean,
10?
where I live, there's about 4 or 5 of them close to me.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's when we talk about capitalism,
that's colonization. That's colonization.
It is. I mean, there's a Starbucks on every corner. So when someone's like, "Oh, let me go to Starbucks," it's like, which one? The one on that corner or the one on the opposite corner? Like that's how bad it is. Same as Tim's. Like, are we going to the Tim's on the first floor or in the basement or across the street? Like, I can look at the Tim's while standing in a Tim's. But there's about 4 or 5 Walmarts close to me. Go about another 10 minutes, there's another Walmart. Another 15 minutes, there's another Walmart. So
all right, fine. Let's take 10.
Yeah. So say I pick 10 Walmarts and I go around to 10 of them and buy like 10 figures each. So now I have 100.
What's the wait, is it? Hold on. Is there ever like when they put a new case of figures comes in?
Mm-hmm.
How many do they get at a time?
That's where I'm going with this. So going by your example of say I could drive around the 10 Walmarts and I buy 10 each, and now I've got 100 of them. Hold on. Do they do 10 though?
I
haven't gotten there yet. That's the problem.
No, you just said you did. You just said you bought 10
supposedly. Each one. I've never actually driven to 10 Walmarts and bought 10 figures each. I'm saying if I were in them.
Spin. That's why you don't have all the fancy microphones like I have.
There you go.
You're not acting all industrious.
So in the scalper's mindset, as the example you were saying, and it's like within this area, and I picked 10 Walmarts, and I bought and say there's like a grapple that came into all of them, and I went to all 10 and bought 10 each. Now I have 100 grapples. That would make sense. Let me throw them on eBay or anywhere else, sell them for whatever price I want. Here's the problem. Out of the 10 Walmarts close to me, only one of them might get them. And I'm even lucky if one even got them. And out of that one, maybe like 20 showed up. So, in that case, maybe I bought those 20. Now nobody in this side of the city has access to that grapple. But then there's the whole other thing. Maybe out of my 10, none of them actually showed up. But one in, say, another city an hour from here, they have like 600 of them on the shelf. Because I've seen that in other groups. Like everyone in different cities are like, this figure never showed up. This figure never showed up. But then someone will
This little figure went to market.
Yeah,
this little figure stayed home
on the shelf. And even after
this little figure went to Target. and this little scalper took figures all the way home. Okay, let's look at Calvin's example, right? So the guy was going around to all the Targets. He bought all the Fireflies and the Vipers. So Firefly, I guess, was an exclusive. I'm not sure if the Vipers were exclusive, but army builders. So this is what I want, Calvin. What I want to know is how many Vipers do you think that there were at a given store on average? Mm-hmm. Like I don't think there's 20. Definitely not. I think maybe, I don't even know if there's 10 at a given time. Maybe there is. But anyway, so the guy goes around a case or two. Like each store gets a case or two, right? But if they get a case, I think the way it works, I'm not really sure because it depends on the size of the case, and like some cases have 4 of a given figure. Yeah, 5 or 6 in a box. So if that counts as, if one case is basically 5 or 6 individual characters, or sometimes it's like 4 different characters and then 2 of like the figure that they expect to sell the most. It's like 2 Snake Eyeses and then 4 other characters, right? And then if the store only gets 1 case, or 2 cases, then this is what I'm saying to you, Spin. There's only 1 or 2 of each character there, right? If the store gets 5 cases, that's 25 characters, but it's only 5 of each character. So the scalpers, when they're going around, they're not getting eaten anywhere near 10 each. So my whole point with that is, and so Calvin, I totally get being irritated if somebody went in there and bought all 5 of the character, but it's not like it's a lot in numbers. It's not tons of them. It's 5, right? And you know what we're really missing though is we're talking about Target exclusives, right? It's like I think where the problem with the scalping comes in is really with the exclusive figures. So they're not in all the major retailers. But you know what I think people might not be realizing, and this is what I'm trying to work out. This is why I'm talking through this. Calvin, follow my logic here. Tell me what you think. This one guy that you're talking about, right? So he went around to a bunch of these stores. What I'm saying is, and you could correct me if you think my numbers are way off, but you said there's 8 Targets here and 4 Walmart. So he went to these 8 Targets, right? How many figures could he possibly have gotten? How many Fireflies could he possibly get? 2, 4 per store, max. So that's like 16 figures of a given character, maximum. And so that alone, if that guy has these figures and he's like, I want to sell it for $150, that's not going to work if they still online, because it's still in other Targets all over the country. But he is selling them for $150. Why? Because they probably, even across the country, setting aside the distribution thing, they must not have made a lot of this figure. Because otherwise, like let's say, like I can't go to the store and buy something that even if something's like prevalent in my area and not in your area, I can't therefore go and just make any random price. I'll buy a $10 item and sell it for $150. Because if I do that, somebody else will say, oh, I'll sell it for $15 because I can go buy it and list it. So the point is, when, Calvin, you're calculating this and when you're getting pissed off about that 150, you might be overestimating the impact of individual scalpers relative to the impact of the fact that Hasbro just didn't make a lot of those figures. And so therefore the secondary market price is going to be high anyway. That's what I'm saying. I guess that's why. Okay, now that I've talked that out, actually, that's given me some insight, because now I kind of realize, like, okay, so if you know the secondary market price is going to be high, that's what a scalper knows. You know it, I know it, we all know it. So that's why you get irritated, because you know the only way you're going to not pay that secondary market price is if you get there early enough and get one. And that's what people are irritated about. So then when they go there and one guy's taking them all, got no chance.
But I mean that then presents that problem of not even one guy going there taking them all. Like the store just never gets it. So it's because then I question if they're, in a sense, the secondary.
But that's
market.
that's got nothing to do with the scalping debate, right?
Right, because the secondary market will exist regardless. But I mean, it's a question of exactly as you're saying. Well, if they're only sending like 4 or 5 of these figures to like all of the stores, or they just decide send like all the figures that are available, only send it to one store and leave the others out.
Why do you think that happens?
I mean, my only theory would be, they're going on the cost analysis of which store they think would actually do better in sales.
Right. And then there's other things too, right? It can also be like the amount of labor, like they do it. What's the difference between going to Target and Walmart?
Nothing.
There is one difference.
Well, in terms of the popularity or the name of the branding.
Not even. More so, which store is cleaner and
Target's
more organized?
Cleaner. But right. I mean, Target only survived here for like less than a year.
Okay, so you haven't seen much. So Target is cleaner. They're very similar stores.
Yeah.
Target's cleaner. Doesn't have quite as many things.
Mm-hmm.
And Walmart is cheaper. That's right. Calvin said.
Okay.
Now, what about customer service, Calvin? Which one is better? Spin, do you know?
I bet Target's probably better.
It's better. So here's the model. They basically sell this basically the same kind of store. Same kind of model, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tons of this cheap imported stuff from China.
Yeah.
What they do in Target is they try to make it a little bit fancier, and they actually train the people who work there.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who work there can actually answer a question about a product in the store. Now you go to Walmart, you drive you up the wall trying to ask them, somebody who works there, anything about anything.
If you can even find them.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Calvin says customer service sucks at Target,
and Bill's saying that the Target is cleaner than Walmart.
Right, but customer service at Target may suck because customer service sucks in general, but at Walmart it's worse. Like it's way worse at Walmart.
Yeah, like you don't want to, unless you go at like 7, 8 in the morning for customer service. There, you don't want to deal with Walmart customer service.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so that is where that money is going. That is why the target prices are higher, because they're putting some of that into training their employees, whereas the Walmart model is pay these people minimum wage, dirt cheap, and like let them hire them and then let them run around and figure the shit out.
That's it. That's basically it.
What do I got to scan? Where do you got to put? You'll put it on the shelf.
Which is funny when some figures come in and people are like, well, maybe it's some of the Walmart employees. As soon as they see the figures, like they grab some of them for themselves. And I'm thinking, have you really looked at half of the Walmart employees? I'd say if the store had like a staff of 100, there's maybe 2 of them that actually know what Transformers are. The rest of them, I mean, you could return a package and put a whole different line of toy in it, and they wouldn't know the difference. So
here's my point about that, about the thinking about the Walmart business model, right? Walmart business model is quantity over quality.
Oh yeah.
Right? So in order to do, so it may be, just guessing, right? But maybe one of the reasons why the distribution is so uneven, right? It could be strategic, like you're saying, right? Mm-hmm. So I worked at GNC, and there was a thing like that. Like all this product would go to this one store. We have like a promotional item, and I'm selling them like hotcakes, but then I'm not at the Eaton Center, so like I'm selling out, and I would need to get more product. They're sending it all to the Eaton Center. I'm like, yo, we need it over here, and then we got to do the internal store transfer. So that's the thing that you propose. So that's real. But then the other thing could be like spending the time to train the employees and make sure that an even distribution of these toys goes out to each of the stores. The level at which that has to happen from the top down side, the amount of training, then the accountability that needs to go along with it, probably is not justified by the percentage of sales that those items account for in a Walmart store, right? Like what percentage of revenue is generated by Transformers in a typical Walmart store? It's not a 100th of what's made in the store.
Which is unfortunate because that.
I know. Don't you wish that the entire store was Transformers and that all their profits came from Transformers?
Oh, for sure. I mean, and then the next month you see the stores closed because they couldn't pay their light bill. But I mean, that goes on the corporate structure at so many levels where it's like, the people who work on the quote unquote lower level of the company, they understand the products, they understand everything. And instead of promoting them into the higher part of the organization, they'll bring an outsider who looks good on paper, put them in the position, and they mess everything up. Where it's like, well, on paper, this location sells more than the other location, so I'll only send it to this location. And that was the joke in many of the Transformers groups. There's pictures where a certain character will show up in Walmart after everybody has like bought their character, even bought like 1 or 2 of them. The entire shelf still has at least like 150 of these characters sitting on that shelf and collecting dust. Why couldn't they send at least 75 of them to all the other stores of people complaining, hey, we don't have this character here, but look, now the scalpers, wants them have bought theirs.
So here's why. Because there's no staff training.
Wait, sorry?
The reason is because there's no staff training.
Exactly.
So they figure it out. So like the more expensive an item is, the greater the consequence is on the bottom line. So the sooner they'll figure that out or get fired. But the lower the relevance of that product, or the lower the impact that this mistake has on the bottom line, when you don't have a thorough training manual, right, and you're not educating the staff about the products, right, then they just don't know, right? So sitting there, the guy who's handling the toy aisle, is different on half the week than the other half the week. and he's really focused somewhere else, and he hasn't fully learned the toy aisle, so it's piled up somewhere, right? He doesn't notice that there's something weird going on.
No.
You know?
And I mean, really, it wouldn't fall on him because really, he's just the person that stocks the shelves. Like this,
But where were you saying all of a sudden there was like all these figures sitting on a shelf somewhere?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the issue in terms of that's an issue on the corporate side of it. Whoever supplied the store all those characters, that the store is basically overstocked on like that one location is overstocked. All the other locations have zero of them. So it's not the person in the store that's at fault. It's the logistics that sent it to the store that didn't do the research.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
now this is a really interesting comment that Calvin's making here. I actually have some shit to say about this. Do you, Calvin? Where are you based? Are you in the U.S. or are you in Canada? Spin, you don't know, do you?
Actually, he did mention it last week. I
think he's in the U.S. Oh, yeah, he just said it. Oh, he mentioned it here too. Did he say Memphis?
We'll jump to Bill for a second. So Bill has an early morning at 4:30 tomorrow. So he's going to heading to bed. But he will tune in next week. So thank you once again, Bill, for joining us. And we will look out for you next week.
All right, Bill. Great to see you. Great to have you with us. Okay, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mm-hmm. So Calvin, I'm in Madison, Wisconsin. We gotta hang out sometime. Target headquarters, he says. Oh no, wait, is that where the Target headquarters is in Minneapolis? That's funny.
Interesting.
Yeah, Calvin. Maybe Calvin didn't have that info. Maybe you can like go over there and give him a piece of your mind. So let me say something about what Calvin said. This other point, yeah. So he says that the Target people could be somewhat can be kind of assholes. So yeah, that's true. That's the flip side of people being trained into corporate identity and like in corporate code of conduct and behavior and like, conduct yourself like this, and you don't go into the back room just because somebody asks you or whatever. They have all these policies. Whereas if in Walmart everybody's just kind of like, okay, well, I don't know, I showed up to work, I went to the interview, and they say, yeah, you start, and so now I'm here and I'm trying to figure it out. So you're dealing with people who are actually human beings as opposed to who have been trained to be robots. So Target, like if the thing you're trying to do with, for instance, a return at Target, it's going to be, I think their return policy is easier than Walmart. I think there's some pros to it. So as long as you're in the general case, it's going to be smoother at Target. And what I was also saying is that, like, I'm not necessarily saying customer service at Target will be better. I'm just saying it'll function more efficiently, and I'm saying that the workers have better training in terms of the spin. Turn off your mic. The workers have better training, and so they will know where the items are or know about an item. Whereas in Walmart, it'd be harder for them to find, and they'll know less about the item. That's what I'm saying. But Calvin, I totally agree. Like every time I go to Walmart, I basically like make a friend. I'm like talking to the people who work there, or we're just kicking it, right? That's like the culture. Like people are still there. Like they came in off the street, threw on their blue shirt, and then they're hanging out, right? And that's the vibe. So like you meet somebody, you're like, yo, bro, I'm trying to find this thing. Do you think it might be in the back? He's like, yo, let me check, right? That's the vibe you get. Whereas in Target, it's like, well, policy says this, but that kind of thing. So they could be assholes in Target, is my point. But the shelves will be organized. And if you ask somebody, where's this product? They won't give you a blank stare. That's my end of the rant about these bastards. But anyway, they're pirates. I think this is what we shouldn't get. This is what we shouldn't get wrong. They are. I want to say they're scalpers, but by definition, they're not scalpers. What they are, like, here, the thing is that I'm just like sort of restating my opening point, is that the immoral valence, the immoral connotation that people have, I hate these scalpers, right? What I'm saying is that it's not justified given that you support these major chains, which are major global criminals, doing way more harm in the world than a guy buying up 5 Cobra Vipers. That's really my point. Oh, but speaking of Cobra Vipers, let me show you what I got in the mail today.
Here we go. So, which was funny because I remember last week's comment was, someone going around to the stores, buying up the figures, and then taking them back to their store and reselling them. And I mean, funny enough, there's a lot of restaurants and smaller stores that do that all the time, and people don't notice. Like, for instance, if you're in like the supermarket or a Walmart, and you see someone and they have like, at least like 300 or like 300 cans of pop, or like 50 cases, they're not buying those 50 cases for themselves. They're trying to circumvent dealing with the actual supplier and getting them for less at the supermarket when it's on sale. So they'll go in the store, buy those 50 cases, and then sell them back in their store for like a dollar each. Well, as Calvin is saying, you have to wait until street date is over. They still don't stock the shelves, and it's crazy. Are we speaking on Target or Walmart? Because I mean, again, that still goes in the fact of, they like Hasbro and all the marketing gets everyone hyped up for certain characters, and then when we hear about it being released, but no one's able to get the characters because like only certain stores have them. Okay, and this is at Target. Let's see. Unfortunately, it's like Target just their model didn't work well in Canada, so I think they were only here for about a year and a half before they like shut down and then left. So it just kind of put everything back in the hands of Walmart.
Who are you talking to, Calvin?
Yeah.
What is he saying about the street dates?
Is that you have to wait for the street dates to be over, and then they still don't stock the shelves. So I think in terms of like Hasbro will talk about a figure coming out, and it's like creating that hype, and you want to run out and get it, and it doesn't show up.
They have it. Well, so here's what I've seen about street dates. It's like they actually have the figure in the store, but they're not allowed to sell it until the street date. So you have to wait for the street date.
Yeah, which is the strangest concept that I've seen. I don't recall.
Well, you just explained what the reason would be.
Well, no, because I just remembered what you were saying. Yeah, and I don't understand that concept of like putting all the stuff out on the shelves, but you're not allowed to buy it.
They're not supposed to put it on the shelves. They're supposed to keep it in the back,
right?
Until
but they
the
don't
street
do
date.
That. Mm-hmm.
Normally they do. It's the rare occasion when somebody messes up and puts it on the shelf anyway.
It's unfortunate.
Okay, let me finish it. Let me talk.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what happens is it gets out on the shelf accidentally, and then you go try to buy it, and it says, "Oh, street date, can't sell it."
Right.
So that's what's irritating to people, and it does seem really weird. Like, how do you have a toy here you can't sell it? But what Calvin is talking about is the opposite mistake. Not that they put it out too early, but the street date arrives, and then because they had to hold it, they're sitting in the back,
Yep.
Nobody, they don't bother bringing it out and getting it on the shelf on time. So, yeah.
But I mean, and it's funny when you're saying like this happens rarely. It's when something rarely happens, a lot of times it's no longer rare because there's a lot.
If it was happening all the time, then you would have seen it. Then I would have seen it. Like it never happened to me. I never saw. Whenever I saw the new figure, I bought it. I was able to buy it. So that's what I mean by it happens occasionally.
Right, but that's the funny thing being within all the different groups. I've never personally seen it, but then a lot of people started complaining about that in different cities, where it's like, hey, this is here, I can't buy it. Hey, this happened in my city. Like the shelves are stocked, I can't buy it.
Yeah. So in other words, you're talking about 5 or 10 people in the entire country, and it's the same product.
Yeah.
So
but I mean, again, that means out of like 5 different stores, you now have 5 employees out. And I mean, again, that's like a 0.001% of like the entire staff. But the fact of like, multiple stores are stocking shelves, ahead of the date they're supposed to be, like at what point, is an employee in one city going to make that mistake, but then another employee in another city makes that exact mistake, and then in another city. Like,
so what does that mean to you?
Is it a mistake, or are they purposely doing this to create that hype where it's like, oh, well, we've stocked the shelf.
No.
Why not?
Because when you go to the store, as Calvin will tell you, anybody who's experienced this, nobody in the store knows what the fuck that figure is.
Right. But
so they're not building a hype for it.
Well, they don't know what the figure is, but they must have instructions because they're not going by to a Walmart
I just explained to you, they don't have no training.
But to a Walmart employee, they don't look at Optimus Prime. They look at the packages like 7-22, put it on the shelf on August 30th. They don't know what an Optimus Prime is. They just know, well, this item that people buy is called 7-22 in my Walmart system. Put it on the shelf August 30th. Some other employee be like, I don't want to bother with August 30th. Let me put it out on the 25th. So that way my job's already done. And now people are trying to buy it, but they don't realize it's not supposed to be on the shelf because I just decided to put it out 5 days early.
Right now, DJ Spinister is revealing what he would do to save himself having to go back 5 days later and do it. Hashtag bang on the system. So, Calvin, you're collecting classified. Are you also collecting these little motherfuckers right here? Oh, hold on a second. I mean, what do I mean? No, that's not what I mean. What the hell? It's gotta be this. No. Oh, I get it.
No.
Oh. Never mind. Hold on. That's funny. Let's see. How about we say we're using OBS? Here we go, OBS. How about we'll click on this one. Share your camera. Audio, no audio. Rear camera. Bada boom, bada bing. And now we go here. Boom. All right. Check it out. Look how fast it moves.
What character is that?
Cobra Trooper.
Ah, okay.
Now, so this is the retro. This is the retro line. Spin. You know what the classified line is? The 6-inch figures.
No.
Okay, so this is a 3.75 inch, right? Regular size GI Joe, but okay. Modern. It's like a modern style figure. I see you, Calvin. Modern style figure. So Calvin, my question is, what do you like better? These guys, which are, these are the scale of our original GI Joes, but they're not the same toy. These aren't O-ring figures, right? But they are on a vintage card, and so this is what's called the G.I. Joe Retro Collection. And these are fucking expensive for what they are. They're like $13. Whereas, like, whatever, they used to be $5, right, when we were kids. Calvin, when you say you have 3, do you mean you have 3 Cobra Troopers, or do you mean you have 3 characters from this line? Are you doing the whole line of these guys, or are you just buying... Yeah, $12.93. I mean, I guess inflation, that's probably $5 in the 80s. Maybe. I don't know. What do you think, Spin? Does that seem like a lot for this guy?
Yeah, that does. I mean, if it's like the same size as like what's from the 80s, that is a bit much.
Yeah. I think maybe it should. I think it should be $10. You know.
Well, and did they release like all of them, or just a certain set?
They've been doing it for I don't know how long, a year or so. So there's like a few come out every month.
Okay.
I'll show you the ones I got. Calvin, are you in like on all of them? Characters of that line should be $70.99. Yeah, I agree. Like they have these little Batman figures that are the 4-inch figures, right? That's how much they cost. Here, let me show you. All of a sudden, we're doing Handycam mode.
Which I'm guessing they probably like released a few of like the key figures, and then the ones I guess
I'll show you. I'm going to show you all the ones they've released right now. But I won't be able to hear you, so you'll tell me when you come back. What do you think? When I come back.
Nice.
Hold on, I'm going to switch my camera. I actually got a better camera for this. Which is this one right here. Let's switch over here. S21. Boom. Hello, gentlemen. We got Snake Eyes right here. Roadblock up here.
I mean, that would almost look like all of like, say, the main memorable characters. I guess which characters have they not released yet that are also memorable?
That's good. POV. Looks like a drone. Calvin found them all at Walmart. I got mine are all from Walmart, but it's mixed between a few that I actually got in store. Most of them I ordered on Walmart.com. Of the figures I showed you there.
Your mic's still really quiet.
Sorry, I keep forgetting that I'm like far from it.
Yeah, so I was saying, out of all the ones you got, like, do you know if they're, like, have they already released, like, all the characters most people remember, or are there still some that they haven't released yet?
Oh, yeah, no. They've only released the ones that I just showed you.
Oh, okay.
Maybe there's 1 or 2 that I'm missing.
Okay.
But that's pretty much all of them. So, yeah, and they're not doing them necessarily in order.
Right.
I don't have the Baroness. They released a Baroness. Probably Scarlet. They must have done Scarlet. So they always
Okay.
do, it's got to be Cobra Commander, Destro, Baroness, and then, Duke, Flint,
Yep.
Snake Eyes. They haven't done Storm Shadow, which is pretty strange.
Really?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Calvin, or anyone. They did them in Classified. So Classified Spin is the 6-inch figures. They're like a Marvel Legends size figure.
Okay.
And especially if you consider, like, the Marvel Legends 6-inch is like $20. And this is $13. It's like, doesn't seem like a good.
Well, I mean, the fact that Marvel is the in thing at the moment compared to GI Joe.
No, but I'm saying a Marvel Legends figure is $20, right?
Right.
So the 6-inch Classified figure is $20, the same as a Marvel Legend and the same size as Marvel Legend.
Okay.
So I'm like, why would you pay? I mean, if you're gonna do one or the other, obviously, Calvin and I are addicted to this kind of stuff. So
Oh, yeah.
we're just gonna buy them all.
Yeah.
We're gonna get the Classified. We're gonna get the retro, and then when they start coming up with the 12-inch figures, we're gonna get the 12-inch figures.
At what point does everyone stop collecting? Between GI Joe, Transformers, a new line comes out, got to get those figures. Another line comes out, got to get those figures.
Well, I have a related question. Have you heard people refer to boomers?
Wait, sorry?
Do you know what boomers are? Anyone ever call you a boomer?
I can't stand a lot of these terms and stuff. What was it between the G1 or like the G1ers? Where like just the bad spelling and the boomers and stuff. So I think technically we fall under boomers. And it's the problem of certain people within our generation. They want everything exactly as it was, where it's like, well, this is how the toy came out in '84, and I only accept the '84 version, and every movie and cartoon that comes out has to be exactly like '84. And I'm like, we're in the 2000s. '84 was, almost 30 years ago. Let's move forward, see how we can improve it, but not take it so far drastically that it's like, well, now no one recognizes this character.
Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, that's G1ers. But what is,
A boomer?
yeah.
Yeah, why don't you look it up and see what they classify as a boomer.
The thing is, I hear people, so, it says right here, like, boomers were people who were adults when we were kids.
Wait, Brett, go closer to the mic.
Oh, maybe I should take off this automatic mic thing. You see, yeah. Here's my point about boomers. I was looking at this to double check. But the way people are using it these days is not what baby boomer means. It's not what boomer means. 50, I think, is too young. Because like baby boomers were adults when we were kids.
Yeah, because I'm actually going to be 50 in like a year and a half. As scary as that sounds. So I know it's not within our range.
So here's what it says. But the reason why I was asking is because I'm hearing it so much. I'm wondering if maybe boomer has acquired like a newer valence, a newer meaning, as distinct from baby boomers. So there were the baby boomers, which is the generation that I'm saying we're too young to fit. Yep. Maybe the idea is now the relationship that teenagers have to people who are our age is analogous to, we've become like the people who were baby boomers. Now we're just plain old boomers.
Right. We're the cooler forms.
Baby boomers, plain old boomers. Yeah, but well, we think we're cool and we think we're not baby boomers. Right. But joke's on us, according to the teenagers, because y'all motherfuckers jokes are stale, the dad jokes, and now y'all just plain old boomers. Maybe you're not baby boomers, but y'all plain old boomers. So and we don't play those bloopers.
Generation X-Men to boomers.
Yes, that was my alternate theory. So, but that doesn't appear to be what is on Wikipedia. Okay, boomer catchphrase, internet meme, used by teenagers, dismiss or mock attitudes, typically associated with baby boomers, people born in the 2 decades following World War II. So, exactly what TF Collect put up here, right? 1945, 1965. However, increasingly being used to refer to pre-millennial people in general. All y'all motherfuckers is from the Dark Ages.
So basically, yeah, anyone from a year
zero,
just before millennials, everyone in that class is boomers to them.
Which kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Like exactly what I just said. Like you said, oh well, we're the younger, cooler version, right? Mm-hmm. But like in our minds, sure. You know, our taste of music is like good music, sure, yes. Right? But that's exactly what our generation thought about baby boomers, mm-hmm. and that's what they thought about themselves. They're like, I'm hip. Give me slide me a 5, daddy-o.
Yep.
Yeah. I can dig it. You'd be like, no, motherfucker, you can't.
No.
Okay? I don't even know what you mean, but I can see that you cannot dig it. With a shovel. The phrase first drew widespread attention due to a November 2019 TikTok video in response to an older man, though the phrase has been blah, blah, blah. Considered by some to be ageist.
Oh gosh, the ageist.
I think I should do a little TikTok rap about this. I think this would be good. Mm-hmm. You know, about why it does and doesn't apply to people our age. Hey. It could be like a battle. It should be an epic rap battle.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, you know, the accusation of somebody of our generation being a boomer, and then the response is like, yo, clearly you don't know, break down the whole history of what baby boomer is, and then the person comes back with, yeah, clearly we don't give a fuck about that distinction because y'all is from the 1900s. What the fuck was that?
Yep.
Y'all was born before the internet, like Soulja Boy once told Ice-T.
Actually, you know, as you're saying it in terms of you know, twisting around meanings. When you hear the word spam, what do you think of?
Internet spam, email spam.
Exactly. Apparently, for the newer generation, having a spam account is a good thing.
Oh, I thought you were going with the food spam.
Yeah, and is the food spam isn't that a bad thing? Just like internet email?
I've never had it.
Same here. And I think everyone advises never to have it.
And yet it's a product.
Yeah.
Sold in source. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of like what McDonald's is like. But spam definitely has a worse reputation even than McDonald's. So now, what is a spam account? I guess I'll walk into it.
Yeah. So I mean, the younger generation, it's like, you know, you have like your normal social media, and then you have your spam accounts, like a side account that you actually use to also do things and create popularity, and it's a good thing to.
Oh, you use? Oh, okay. Well, that's just so smart. It's like a burner phone.
Sorry, it's like a
burner phone.
Yeah, but in a sense, it's like, well, I mean, the burner phone, you usually have a burner phone because you're doing, you know, bad or illegal stuff with it. You're not going out and publicizing the burner phone number and putting it on billboard ads, you know, and legitimizing it.
That's what you're doing with your spam account?
That's what I'm saying. It's a
What you're doing with it, what you're doing, no, it's not. It's not a flip meaning, because what you're doing with your spam account is you're spamming people with it, Michael. You see?
well, no, they're
You're
not.
putting it, you just said yesterday. You just said they're putting it on billboards.
Right.
That's spamming people.
Okay, but in a sense, how they explain they're using it. I mean, if you have a spam account, you're using that account to promote the real account, not to promote the spam account. Because at some point, the spam account is going to get disconnected.
Because you're spamming. Because you're spamming with it.
Right, but they're not spamming with it. That's what I'm saying. In a sense, they're using it as a legitimate account. So it's like I've created.
You just said, hold on. Did you not just say they're using the spam account to promote the main account?
But not in a negative way.
Yes or no? Yes or no? The spam account is used to promote the primary account.
Yeah, to promote the primary account or to almost make it a legitimate secondary account. So it almost has more legitimacy than the primary account.
Okay, I think you're confused.
As was I when it was explained to me. In a sense.
I think you're still confused.
No, in a sense, it's a good thing to have a spam account in terms of how they're using it and how it's explained. Celebrities have spam accounts, and they're actually doing better on the spam account than their official account.
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not a contradiction in the way you're hearing it. I get the point that, like, positive valence, negative valence. Mm-hmm. Now it's cool to have a spam account. Okay, let me let you in on a little secret. Having a spam account was always cool for the people who had a spam account.
That is correct.
It was never cool to get your account spammed. But from the first day that there was a spam account, that means that behind every good spam account is a good scammer down to scam you out of all the money that you have around. Mm-hmm. Take you even for your hand-me-downs. So a spam account is a business tool.
Right.
It always was. So the real difference here is not that spam used to be bad, now it's good. The real difference is that more people in the world have learned to get involved in scamming more people in the world.
Yes.
That's what it really means. There's the take-home message. Yeah, this is what's wonderful about our day and age. Everybody gets to. You don't just get to be exploited. We'll teach you how to exploit other people too. Mm-hmm. You can participate.
After a spam account, you get a scalper account.
That's right. And a hacker account.
Yes.
What's the one you just said?
Sorry?
Scalper. Yeah, scalper. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That touche. Scalp. Spam. And Nigerian. Scam.
No.
Blam!
I didn't do that.
I scalp. I scam. I'm Nigerian scam. I scalp. I scam.
But the Nigerians are gonna leave the comments and be like, "No, guy, like I thought you were down with us."
Scam, scalping, scamming, spamming, spam, scalping, scamming, spamming. Plus I buy KOs and I'm scalping, scamming, blamming. Motherfuckers tried to buy a ticket. I'm scalping that shit there like they didn't know what happened. I'm scalping. Scalping. Scalp, yeah. Scalp. Swipe, no swiping, but I'm swiping anyway.
That's when you run out of anything to talk about more, any more to speak about on the topic.
We haven't been talking about Transformers much today, and like, come on, man, how is this guy he can't click on the link on his phone? I sent him the link. It's not like when y'all was ignoring me. Could you look at the messages and see if we're ignoring them? What have you been clicking on all this time? Oh, we didn't look at the X-Transbot stuff. Okay, we gotta get Orlani out here, and we gotta go through the X-Transbot stuff. That's what I think we should do.
I don't see any of the messages.
So did he just die? He just gave up. I'm gonna try to call him. Cutting out on us. What could be more important?
Sorry? It could be.
More important. Is my mic really that low?
Yeah, it's distorted and it's low.
Oh, well, it's distorted because I turned it up all the way.
Yo, what up? What are you, sleeping?
Now it's clear, but now I can't, like, now I can barely hear you.
Yeah. I'm talking to Orlani. Orlani, get on the stream, bro. Why? None of that matters. Just use your phone. You don't know how to use your phone. Here's what you do. You go to the message in Messenger. You click on the link. And then you just click enter the studio. Well, your tech advisor, Michael Small, told you that you don't go on stage with new equipment the same day. So everyone's doing what to themselves? Well, come on a stream and we can, talk it out. We'll talk about Omnibots.
Yeah, but I can't see you guys on the screen. Can I?
Yes, on your phone. We're using StreamYard now. Just click on the link in Messenger that I sent you.
All right, so while you guys are having a conversation, so as Anthony wasn't able to join us this week, on our Children of Primus website, Anthony will have another review out tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, since he is not here, I'm not sure what the review is, but if you check on our website and check on our Facebook page, you will see our review. And then he'll have another review on Friday, which is his RetroBots review. The Children of Primus is a classified website, so any Transformers or related items that you have, you can post them for free, and buy and sell to anyone in your city or anywhere within the nation if you wish to send them the item. There's that. This week we are on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch as well. So any watchers on Twitch, comment and let us know how everything is looking on your side. And we've also set up our Patreon and our PayPal. So anyone who would like to send us any donations to help support our channel, and help us to upgrade as we go and present better shows, it would be kindly accepted. Down the road, we are going to create different tiers for projects that we'll have in mind in the future. For instance, a better Transformers chess set, where like that, we would love to have funding for that, and to sit down with with one of our viewers, Bill, where DN Bill could design a better chess set that fans would actually appreciate compared to what Hasbro has released. Thinking that's what we would want. And
Another example of what we were talking about, what Bill and I were talking
Wait,
about.
I can't hear you. Sorry.
No, it's important we get it right, but I just don't understand. Like, do you hear me now? Am I still quiet? What could be the cause of this? Let me check. Okay, let me check mic settings again. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's take off this automatic sound. Audio. Automatically.
Calvin, is that on the 87 version of Power Master Prime? Because I don't recall if there has been any other releases of Power Master Optimus over the years. I mean, maybe there has been, but I wasn't aware of it. I know a lot of people still reference the 87 version when they speak.
How do I sound? How do I sound now? Is this better? Do you not hear me still? Oh my god. Spin, you don't hear me?
Barely. It's even worse.
Oh my god. I just put it on max.
Okay, Titan's Return. So I haven't seen the pictures for that yet. Which, while we're waiting, we can look that up.
Yo.
Okay.
Yo. What the dilly? What the dilly? I don't know why. You say your mic isn't loud. Anything different? Is it the same? It's not louder?
It's still lower. See if I can
Calvin, how do I sound quieter than Spin on the stream? Any of you guys, TF Collect? Can you guys confirm how I sound from your sound point as opposed to standpoint? Sounds okay. Do Spin and I sound about the same volume? Maybe it's your headphones. Maybe your headphones is whack, bro. Slightly softer? Okay.
Well, I like how that Optimus looks. It's
This is Titan Returns right here?
Yes.
So it's old. This guy. I don't know how.
Okay, this TF Collector said a remold of Combiner was Ultra Magnus.
What are you guys talking about?
Which is funny when only like years later looking at it, it's like Ultra Magnus is essentially could have been a like the earlier version of Power Master Optimus.
Okay, Spin, let me show you something. Can we switch to my screen, or are you still doing something here? Looks like we switched to my screen. Okay. So now, have you seen this yet? Oops, I didn't mean to change it. Let me go back. Punch, counter punch.
Oh, the punch counter punch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how that figure looked. Actually, what did it come as? Almost, I think, like Bond and James.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. Okay, and then did you see the new protector bots?
I'm still not hearing you properly, though.
So maybe can you see if it's on your end? Because like I've checked all the parameters I can, and Calvin says that it's sounding okay.
Okay, see something now?
Now I'm talking to see if there's any issue on your end.
Okay, it turned up on my end, so it's a little bit louder. It's still very quiet. I mean, from the usual.
Maybe it's your headphones.
Sorry,
Maybe it's your headphones.
same headphones. Another thing, like you've been loud every week since we've started. Just somehow this episode, I'm barely hearing you. So same headphones, same setup, and everything.
I can guarantee you, I'm still the same guy too. So I may be a little less hyper today, but yeah, that doesn't explain it. Something else.
Yeah, like earlier when you came on, like you were louder, and then once you switched something, it just went down drastically.
I don't know what it could be. I guess I could log in and log back out. Let me see here.
Oh, that's crazy. That image.
Yeah, this is the new head for the new Menasor head.
Okay. Oh, I like how that looks. And that's one cool thing within the different Transformer groups. Like you almost have to be in a whole handful of different groups to see different images. Because say like one group will only focus on either certain releases or certain images. Another group will, they'll have like all the different toys, like all the different figures. So I mean, I haven't come across that one yet, but then, at some point it's like one group will either show the store image of it. Another group will show an image of someone who actually has it on their shelf.
I mean, are you saying that's just luck of the draw? Or like is it different each time? Or do you mean like it's the focus of the individual groups?
Wait, sorry?
Oh man, I can't keep repeating myself. I don't know what to do about this mic situation. Do you have another pair of headphones that you could try just for the sake of like, because I don't know what else to try?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Oh, here's some cool information about these guys here. I don't know who is interested. How many of you guys are interested in the what the hell is this? X-Transbox. How do I sound now? Any better?
Okay, now it's a bit better.
Okay. So Spin, have you seen the Run Amok and Run Amok? Run Amuck and Run About? Run Amok?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck I run about? What the fuck? Yeah. So apparently they're like 7 inches tall. 7.3 inches. So what's awesome about that is these guys are basically doing something similar to the Fans Toys mass shifting.
Wait, explain?
So, you know how the Decepticons in the cartoon tend to be taller than the Autobots?
Funny, I never noticed that.
Let me put it another way. It's not this. Actually, that's not right. What I just said. What I mean to say is, all the Decepticons are about the same height.
Right.
All the Autobots are about the same height.
Right.
But in your masterpiece collection, your Autobot cars are transforming
check.
to. Okay, we hear you. Your Autobot cars are all transforming to a certain height, which is about 6 inches. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now, whenever you have a Decepticon car, whether it's a Stunticon or now these guys, let's just talk about the Stunticons. You need your Stunticons in vehicle mode in a masterpiece collection to be the same size as the masterpiece Autobot cars, right? Because they're supposed to be the same thing.
Correct.
But if you make them that size, then they're going to transform into a robot that is the height of these Autobots, which is only 6 inches, 5 to 6 inches, right?
Right.
And then if you put them in bot mode displayed with your other Decepticons, they're way too short.
Right.
Because the Seekers are like 8 inches.
Right.
So, the masterpiece. So what do? You're either going to make the cars the right size and then the robots are too small, or you're going to make the robots the right size to scale with the other Decepticons, but then your alt mode masterpiece Stunticons are going to be too large, right? If they scale with the Seekers.
Right, for sure.
So, X-Transbots, they erred on the sides of matching the cars. So, with their Stunticons, the cars are the right size, but when they turn into robots, they don't scale well with the Decepticons, they scale with the Autobot cars.
Right.
DX9 shows the opposite. They are large bots, they scale with the Decepticon robots, but when you transform them into cars, that Lamborghini is double the size of the Autobot Lamborghinis.
Right.
Which sucks. Trash. But Fans Toys managed to make the car the right size as in Autobot cars, but then they transform into much taller robots. The trade-off with the Fan Toys figures is their Stunticons are really skinny because they just stretch them out.
Right,
but
right.
That's the best option because they work in both modes. So I said all that because now X-Transbots seems to be getting hip to the game. They're like, oh, now we see how it's done. So these guys run amok and run about. It looks like they're going to do that mass shifting. So their height will make them look okay with your Decepticons in robot mode, but those cars are going to be MP scale. Now, do you know which car this guy is? Tell me which one is run amok and which is run about.
That I don't recall.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I never. Yeah, I never. Focused.
I'm gonna say the white one is run amok.
I know one of them's a Firebird.
Yeah, it's him. It's a white Firebird.
I remember someone who had a white Firebird.
I was gonna ask if you remember anybody who had a white Firebird as their very first car.
Yeah.
So, man, I wish I still had
that thing. That thing was a monster. I mean,
yeah.
When you watch it on TV, it's like you see Knight Rider like driving out, around like Michael and Kit, and then you actually like see one in person and sit behind it and like listen to it start up. But I'm like, this thing's a beast.
Yeah,
like
that fucking V8 in there. That car was so cool.
Yeah.
So basically, this was my first car right here.
That was it.
Yeah. Now there is another masterpiece transformer, which is a white Firebird. Do you know what it is?
Sorry, another masterpiece. White fiber. I'm guessing that would have to be an Autobot. What's his name? Tailgate.
Right.
Okay.
Ooh, so now you know what X-Transbot has to do next. So it's XTB, the Nightbird Shadow. Yeah. Calvin, about the Nightbird Shadow. I was not gonna get the official RC. I was fine with just the Fans Toys one. But like around my birthday, I saw it on sale, so I ordered it and I got the Masterpiece RC. And then that was in June. And then like they started releasing these pictures of that MP Nightbird, which is Spin. Do you know what we're talking about? The
the Nightbird
by MP. It's like an official Takara Nightbird, and it's a version of the official RC, and it looks dope. I think it looks better than the RC by far.
Okay.
So like, I wish I hadn't got the official one, because I could just have that for the Nightbeat. So I think you should get it, Calvin, but especially if you don't have the official RC, you should get it. So yeah, tailgate. Okay, let me go back to this car.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, we can hear Orlando, we hear you. Quit blowing smoke.
Well, since we're talking about cars and tailgates and pipes.
Spin, how come I can't put my screen back on?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. Continue, Orladi.
Sorry. My setup here sucks. So I had to put an avatar picture of me. I can't even really hear myself through my monitor. So am I loud enough?
Yeah, we hear you fine. Why don't you just do what I told you and just use your phone? Because you're stubborn. You don't have to answer. I know.
No, I just don't want to use my phone. I don't like it.
You don't like your phone?
Besides, that's a nice picture of me there. I look stylish.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's just I can't hear myself when I'm talking, man. That sucks.
We can hear you. You sound fine.
All right,
Your audio is good.
Okay. So where are we at, man?
Cars.
Nice.
Okay, so now, did you hear my explanation about the Fans Toys mass shifting?
No. I just heard about somebody had a Pontiac Trans Am or Sunfire. What was it?
Yeah. So we'll pick up right here. So that was my first car.
Okay.
There are two Transformers that are Firebirds in their alt modes. This one, which I believe is Run Amok, or else somebody correct me, or else it's Runabout. And Tailgate.
Are we speaking MP scale? Because there is another Firebird.
Who is
Actually,
it?
I think there might be two other Firebirds. I'm trying to remember. I know one of them was like one of the mini Autobots, like the Micromasters that came out like in '88. But there's another. I believe.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then tell me which the other ones are.
Yeah.
So Tailgate is a third season repaint of Windcharger.
That's
Windcharger.
Right.
Windcharger's the red Firebird, right? Okay. Now, X-Transbots. So you tell me. So if there's a fourth, Run Amok is white. Okay. So I was right. Thanks, TF Collects, confirming what I said. So, yeah, Spin. If you could find out the name of the Microbot that is a Firebird, that would be the fifth character. Because it wouldn't be the fifth. It would only be the fourth. Because it's only it's this guy. But anyway, my point is, just picking up on the mass shifting. So X-Transbots did Tailgates and Windcharger in the Masterpiece scale. But because they're mini-bots, the alt mode, that is to say the Firebird mode, is smaller than the other Masterpiece cars. Are you following me? So like you have Sunstreaker, Masterpiece Sunstreaker in bot mode, and Masterpiece Tailgate in bot mode. The Tailgate has to be small because he's a mini bot. But then when you transform them, the Firebird should not be smaller than the Lamborghini. The Firebird actually should be bigger. You get it? So therefore, can you acknowledge? Are you hearing me? I'm worried that my sound is not coming or something. Or are you just not? Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm
Right.
I'm following you. Are you talking
Okay, good.
to
All right.
Are you talking to Spin?
Well, I'm going to talk to you now because Spin is not responding. So
Okay.
I'll talk to you. Okay.
All right.
So
Wait,
what
I'm
X trans?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Okay. So if X Transbots decided to do a version 2.0 of those mini bots, then they could attempt the mass shifting in the other direction. And then they would have the first examples that we have of the mass shifting going the other direction than what Fans Toys did. Fans Toys made those Stunticon bot modes be larger than the alt modes. And so what we would need now, if there was going to be a version 2.0 of Tailgate and Windcharger, we'd need the robot, we need the alt mode to actually be the size of the Masterpiece cars. But then when they turn into robots, they need to be smaller than the Masterpiece cars robots. What do you guys think? Will they do it?
That's a good question. It's the engineer behind it, because if you have a vehicle mode that's
Here,
supposed to be
take a look at this just to illustrate.
No.
Because you missed. Do you know? You see the height here?
Yep.
Is 7 inches, and you know the Masterpiece cars are about 6 inches.
Yep.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure you saw. So this is mass shifting going, in the one direction.
Right.
And then, okay, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's the engineering behind it, because you're going from a small bot to the large vehicle, like how you said it's the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you do that?
Oh, you just gave me an idea.
No, I'm just saying, like, are the legs? Do you, instead of extracting them, do you destract them? I guess. Do you make them smaller, or like his arms and legs and his the middle of his body? Do they push together in more, or do you go with a shell former, in a sense of, you have the shell of the vehicle bigger, but then you're gonna have all these kibbles and a backpack, in a sense, to make the car look bigger when you transform into the vehicle mode versus the
but then you just do
robot mode,
a
right?
lot of foldy. You just do a lot of foldy panels.
Right, but you're gonna get a lot of cables like that. Kibble and bits.
Well, you're gonna, or you'll just have a really big backpack. Like, think about, right? You could make it. You don't have to have like kibble hanging off.
But then you can have that backpack kind of like removed or like plugged in kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So but check this out now. Have you seen the Fans Toys Stunticons?
You know what? I saw them briefly. I didn't see them all.
Okay, so the thing with them is that although they are a good height in bot mode to scale with the other Decepticons, they're extremely thin, right? So you turn them on the side and you see like they're like stick figures.
Right.
So the way they got those bots to be so big is they really stretched them out. Right?
Yeah.
From the car.
Yep.
So just as you were talking, you're like, so how would you do that? I'm like, oh, well, I guess you just got to make them a little more stocky. Right? If you're going to mass shift the other way, then you have the regular size car, and then you're going to turn him into a mini bot. He's just going to be a real compact, heavy dude.
Yeah, so they're gonna look like more like the Bayformers Ruckers, where they're like the Ruckers from Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, so they're gonna be like that.
We're talking about MP, so they have to look G1. But
no, I get what you're saying.
But think about this. You know the difference between the Magic Square Optimus Prime in Masterpiece scale and what was the other one called? Transform Element. Have you seen those two?
No.
Okay, let me pull them up to illustrate.
Okay.
Because it's like a skinny Prime and a thick Prime. I'll put it on the screen so you can see.
Actually, do you see on the screen the Micromasters?
Hold on one second.
I'm gonna eat my chips.
I dare you. Okay. All right. I see it. Can you? I guess you can't make it any bigger. Here, I can full screen it. Okay. Yeah. So Swin. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this for a sec. Road hauler. Road handler. Freewheeler. Tail
Sorry.
swing.
I turn off my audio a second. The red one, road handler. That's the other Firebird. So he's the leader of the Micromaster vehicles.
What is freewheeler?
He looks like a Lamborghini.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah.
Now, are you sure it's a Firebird and not a Camaro?
He's listed as a Firebird, and I actually had him before. So, like when you look at him closely, you could see the design of the Firebird on him.
Like the actual logo?
No, not the actual logo. Like just the style of the vehicle.
Right. But the Camaros of that year were nearly identical.
Yeah, but I mean, you could still tell the difference between a Camaro, though.
Yeah, it's just the front end. We're different.
Yeah, but he is listed as a Firebird.
Well, I got to get him. And I think that we need now. There's some mass shifting that's going to have to happen. Or like we're going to make the mini bots, stocky to deal with the problem. But then if it's going to be a microbot, you're going to have to mass shift even more. Now, but
That's
I
gonna be
actually
fun.
don't know. Spin, is there microbot fiction? Were they in comics or anything? What size are they actually supposed to be? I mean, obviously the car is supposed to be the size of a car, but are the microbots actually supposed to transform into robots that are smaller than the mini-bots?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like they're actually smaller than the mini-bots, and they were in the later comics. I don't believe, although they never really explained their alt car modes, if the cars should be the same as regular cars, which would be physically impossible. I think they were supposed to be intended as like miniature versions of, like they just remain miniature in whatever mode they're in. But they were in the comic books.
So meaning like humans can't ride in them?
I don't think so. I'd have to go back in my comics and read them. But I had these cars. There was actually the Decepticons had a set of cars. There was also an Autobot rescue team, which was a camouflage army vehicles. The rescue team were almost like Micromaster Protectobots, and then there was the camouflaged army team, and I think there was another Decepticon team that I had as well of the Microbots.
I hate when they just like make it's funny. I hate when they just like make some Decepticon cars, just like, so okay, here's some bad guys.
Right.
Like no, they have to be jets. Unless there's some fiction to go with it. Like, but the Decepticons are supposed to be special.
Right. Which I think up until the Microbots, there weren't any other Decepticon vehicles. But the toys themselves were actually cool. So like those were them along with Power Master and the Odd Ones were the few good exceptions around the 87. I think these came out like 88.
Yeah, no, they're cool. They're cool. You showed me them. I remember like when you had them. Those are the first I had seen of them. So you see these two guys here?
Mm-hmm.
So the one on the left is the Transform Element third-party Optimus Prime.
Okay.
The one on the right is the Magic Square. Right?
Okay.
So both are masterpiece scale, but you can see that and both are like going for hyper tune accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
But the the tune images that the sculptor chose to pay attention to for the Magic Square is the bulkier Prime.
And the head. The head really stands out.
No, for me, it's the legs. I don't think he went to the gym and did his legs.
Well, the legs stand out, but the detail of the head, like that's cartoon accuracy, but between the two.
Which one are you saying is more accurate?
On the right, which is the magic square, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And you could also see the Matrix in his
Yeah,
chest
that's
there.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I was pointing out the difference in the skinniness and the thickness. So just and it was just to illustrate. I think like Orlati, you were asking me, well, what would that look like? You know, so I'm saying like, you know, these are both supposed to be this exact same Optimus Prime, you know, from the screen. It's just like, you know, the angle that you take a picture at or whatever. You know, you can look bigger or, you know, thinner just based on a given shot. The angle of the shot.
Yeah.
So that's how you would do the mini bot. Like you could still do. My point is, you would do a wind charger. You would try to make it look exactly like the wind charger from the cartoon, but he would be a little bit more muscular, a little more bulky.
Well, TF Collect says the Micromaster toys were made to compete with Micromasters. I don't think they cared about them much in the media. I mean, interesting enough, they did have their commercials as, you know, most of, like any of the Transformers that that came out, like there were the commercials for them. But there were a few issues in the comics that actually focused on them. And I'm trying to remember which characters. Yeah, the Micro Machines. I'm trying to remember which characters it were specifically. But one of them, like they were in like a wrestling ring with you know, wrestling whoever, and so basically the Micromasters are like human size.
Human size, right. I figured you were going there.
But historically, Micromasters have been robots that are like mining or upgrading like the bigger Transformers. And they're working with humans, and sometimes they have like special powers that they can combine with a bigger Transformer or something like that, right? So that's really what their purpose were in the cartoons and comic books.
In the toys, I mean, to TF Collect, to your point, like that seemed like a genius move by Hasbro / Takara, because like if I'm a kid, I'm like, for whatever reason, I'm into micro machines, but I'd rather have the one that transforms if the vehicles are just as good.
Yeah.
I don't know if they made. I don't know if unless the micro machines were made out of die cast, in which case they might be better. But if they were just little plastic cars, then that was the smooth move to make those microbots. And what's cool about those Micromasters is the articulation on the Micromasters was like better. The articulation and the sculpt was better on those little guys than on the mini bots from G1. Did you know that, Mike?
Wait, sorry, on the Micro Machines?
No, I was saying the Micromasters, even though they're so tiny, right?
Yeah.
Like they look way better than Bumblebee. They look way better than Brawn, right? Like Brawn looks fucking horrible.
Like, no, I was impressed with them, you know, like just the detail that was put into them, even considering this was like the later part of the G1 line.
What year did they came out again?
I think I got them like 88.
88, yeah.
Maybe
88.
late
Oh,
87, 88.
No, I was just curious. I was just curious to know if they brought those out too purposely to crush the GoBots as well too, because the GoBots were just as small as some of them were just as small as the Micromasters, and some of them were just as small as like the regular size Bumblebee, Bronze, those figures, right?
I never saw a GoBot as small as a Micromaster.
I don't recall any GoBot that small either. Like the smallest GoBots I know of, because I had a few. The smallest they were,
they're
like
mini-bot scale
size. Yeah, they were mini-bot scale.
Sea spray.
Yeah.
Like sea spray.
Yeah, Micromasters are almost half that size.
Yeah.
Were they?
Tiny. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're really small.
Interesting.
So, and do any of you guys remember maybe TF Collect? Do you know? when they were selling the MicroMasters in stores, were they comparable in price to the Micro Machines? And the Micro Machines, I think, I only vaguely recall. Maybe Spin, if you want to type it in, you can find a Micro Machine.
Mhm.
I think that they had. I think the thing with Micro Machines is they had like play sets and ramps and stuff like this, so you'd shoot them around on.
Well, that's interesting because the MicroMasters were kind of the same thing, which I find interesting on this one website.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then and if you got it on the website, I'd like to see it. But like I think the Micro Machines, like their play sets are bigger than the MicroMaster ones, and they like function like they are either electronic or they shoot the cars out on a ramp. So my question would be, would that, and to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, the MicroMasters don't do that, but are they compatible with the sets? That's what would be interesting. You take your MicroMasters and you shoot them around the ramp for the Micro Machines. Over to you.
I mean that would be funny and cool if that were the case.
Let's take a look at it and see if that, because TF Collect said they were made to compete. Okay, now he says MicroMasters were bigger than Micro Machines in size. Wow, so Micro Machines must have been really tiny.
Wow. Okay. I mean, considering the MicroMasters were already small.
Well, the other way around. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking already chronologically, but obviously you mean
right.
Yeah. So, do you have some pictures of the Micro Masters?
Let's see if I can find one.
I mean machines, Micro Machines. I mean. But before you do that, which of these primes do you like better?
One on the right.
You like the beefy prime?
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Arlati? You like the sleek? You like sleek prime or
No. I'm in the same boat as as Spin.
Yeah.
I'm on the right.
We're all from the same generation.
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger style.
So yeah, I'm looking at some of the Micro Machines.
Okay, throw them on the screen.
I don't know if I can or not. Let me see.
Yeah, the funny thing that I think some people are going to overlook is John, who was the voice of Blur, would also used to be like the spokesperson for the Micro Machines commercials.
Oh, and he was talking real fast?
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's just funny getting hired by his competition.
It's slightly ringing a bell. Like I don't remember how the Micro Machines commercials sound, but once you said that, I'm like, oh yeah, right, okay, it's some kind of fast talking thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only part I remember. Although I've been on YouTube, there's probably like a ton of those commercials. Okay, I see them as well.
Oh, they look like trash. These look. They're super deformed.
Okay, I got one here.
These might not be them. Yeah, let's see what you got.
It's almost like miniature, like Hot Wheels in a sense.
No, not what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is like too goofy. Hot Wheels are supposed to look realistic. These look like like the penny racers.
Well, that's what they are. They're goofy little cars. They're like that Play City set that you're talking about.
Was I talking about Play City?
No, I'm just saying like a Play City set kind of.
Yeah.
Right.
But like
those things were small, man. Oh my goodness.
Did you have them?
No, I never had any, but like I used to see them at the store. I didn't really waste my money on that. I'd rather buy a Transformer, but
exactly.
But
well, how about a Micromaster Transformer?
I'd rather buy that instead.
Like almost like you could fit them on like a quarter or something like that. Like that's one of the selling points, I think.
Look at
I'm starting to remember now.
So these are Matchbox cars. So it's more like a Hot Wheels, right?
Right.
There was a hound here. I wanted to show you guys. Oh yeah, there he is. See him? Like second from the top, all the way on the left.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's hound. So, but yeah, these are realistic style, but the Micro Machines are goofy looking. Apparently, that's what you were saying.
TF Collect says he had the Porsche Micro Machine and the hood and doors that opened. And I want to say they were 1 inch Micromasters, maybe 2 inches.
Micro Masters, not machines, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so the machines would be 1 inch. The Micromasters would have been about 2 inches.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Can you read it again? I got confused.
He had the Porsche Micro Machine, but he said the Micro Machines are 1 inch. Micromasters are possibly 2 inches.
Okay. I guess that's true. Like it feels like, so to your point, Spin, right? We don't have them handy, but like you imagine, yeah, okay, Calvin is saying penny racers. I guess like the Micro Machines,
Yep.
are essentially penny racer style vehicles.
So that's extremely small, and I guess exactly what Mike was saying is, back then, if I had any money to go into the store, I'm buying, a transformer, which is how I ended up with the Micromasters. Like the Micro Machines didn't interest me at all.
So
Yeah, I
but-
thought.
so why do they interest anybody? Is my question.
Well, I mean, everyone has different interests.
But
what's funny?
Am I wrong? Am I wrong that they had a track that they zip around on?
No, you're absolutely correct. Because I do recall them having like these little tracks. They're like a competition to Hot Wheels to a certain degree, right? And I used to. And the funny thing is, with my son, when he was younger, like when he was like 3, 4, 5, he used to love Hot Wheels, and we used to build tracks and everything and so forth, right?
Yeah.
And have fun with it because they're cool, right? Especially for a little kid like that. And it would have been nice if we could put like a transformer on there and let it, shoot across the track, but I don't see that happening.
So okay. So here's like some of the bases. You got fire and rescue.
There you go.
Look at that off-road adventure one. That almost looks like you could maybe see that. Let me get this on full screen. You could maybe see that as like a part of Mount St. Helens, right?
So it's funny when you were saying about the tracks that come with.
I just wanted to say, like, yeah, it looks to me like a micro
base
master, a Micro Master could fit on these bases.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, see,
even though they're like a half inch longer.
Micromasters came with they came with bases too.
But weren't they smaller than what we're looking at here?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The only good thing about those bases or those mountains or whatever cases, you can purchase them and put them towards your collection and do a nice display with your Micromasters. That's the positive side on
this was my question. That's what we're looking up is like. My question was, could you take your Transformers, which are Micro Masters, and stick them in a play set for the Micro Machines?
I think you can.
And that's what I was going to answer. That you probably wouldn't be interested in the Micro Machines play sets because Micromasters came with their own like base that also transformed. Like one of them was like a mini airplane that came with a gas station. The gas station transformed into a base, and you could connect all the bases together to form a bigger base if you got the different sets of Micromasters.
Yeah, but don't you think that like that base, even if you put a couple of them together, they would not rival the scale of, for instance, like look at this fire and rescue one. Right?
No, for sure.
Like one and maybe the aesthetic of like that base, it would like go like alongside, like the bottom half of like one of these floors.
Yeah. So I mean, it'd be cool to, in a sense, combine the toys. but it's just, only if you were into micro machines would you then get those get those bases and tracks and stuff. Whereas if you're really into Transformers, you're just not really noticing the micro machines, like anything to do with micro machines. Yeah, even though those things do look
cool.
cool.
If you're saying one of the micro, I'm going to prove you wrong right here. Then we'll go to commercial. Now here's why you're fucking up, Spin. Let me go into Professor D, Children of Primus ridiculous mode. So
there we go.
Listen, Spinister. Trying to make all these excuses for why to denigrate micro machines and offend our viewership, by the way, of TF Collect, for instance, and Calvin, who has specified, the penny racer aesthetic, which, yes, you and I don't appreciate it as G1ers,
boomers.
or whatever. Yeah, as boomers. But look, you pointed out that one of those micro master, I keep pausing there because I don't want to say the micro machine, micro master.
Right.
One of them is a yellow Lamborghini, right?
Correct. Right.
Sunstreaker.
Yes.
Now, obviously, okay, Sunstreaker. Hold on, give me back the screen for 1 second.
No. I just wanted to show those ones very quickly while you were talking, and I believe those will fit your play sets.
So, but so here's look.
So
at this
I'm helping you. I'm trying to help you out a bit here.
We'll switch right back to that. But
Yeah.
You see what the third one is here? It's a car wash. So Spinister,
Hey, we
you're
need car
like,
washes.
oh, whatever. If you're into Transformers, what do you need any of that micro machine stuff? Well, Sunstreaker needs his car wash.
So the tracks.
That's right, exactly. They're vain. Okay. Mike, take it over. You can take it over again. Show those figures that you had up.
Oh, okay. What happened?
And there's a police station. I bet you there's a micro machine police. Was there a Spin? Was there a police?
Give me
set?
a second here.
Or did you say there was a rescue set?
Yeah. So there was let me see if I can remember. Boat, fire engine, police car, and ambulance were the rescue set.
Yeah.
And I mean, the detail on them were really nice.
Probably nicer, to be honest, than the micro machines.
Oh yeah,
So what did micro machines go for?
that's a good question.
So if you look at those
Monster trucks.
those are
Yeah.
pretty small.
Yeah.
So those would, and those are the original ones, right? So those would definitely fit into those previous images that you were showing with micro
I think so.
machines.
I mean,
play
the
sets.
question is the wheelbase, right? Like, is the ramp, maybe the wheelbase for the micro machines, if they're smaller, then the wheelbase might be smaller.
I don't think the MicroMasters would fit into a micro machine. Yeah, exactly for what you're saying. I mean, again, it looks a bit smaller in the image we're looking at.
I don't know.
They're still bigger.
I mean, you obviously could put the car somewhere on the base. You could transfer on the robot and he could stand beside the MicroMaster. But if you
now what about
could they go on the slide?
the new ones?
The new what?
The new MicroMasters.
I didn't know they
The Siege
made a new
version
set.
ones. Hold on, let me
What are you
close
talking
this
about?
one here.
I didn't know they came back out with them. So
I think
Like
you must
like
be
these
using
ones
the
right
term
here.
loosely. Oh, those are mini bots.
1 second.
No, you know what they
No,
are?
they're small, dude.
They are pretty micro. Matter of fact, let me go grab some of them right now.
sorry, you have some?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
They're not. They don't. They're not as good. I don't know. I'm gonna open some up now and I'll critique them.
See what I mean? Like you see this one I have right now? Those are pretty small,
Mhm.
man.
Do you have those?
No.
Let me go get it. I have that box. I'm gonna go. I'll open it live on camera.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, are we doing a box opening?
They're doing a box opening. TF Collect
Courtesy
says
of
that he has a Siege Earth search. Sorry, TF Collect says Siege Earthrise had MicroMasters.
see.
So now,
Okay,
now I guess it's just a question: are these, what compared to the original 80, 87, 88 version? Like, what size are these compared to those ones?
I'm not sure. I don't have those ones. The ones that I bought that were the smaller size, but unfortunately, I don't have my camera on me, as you can tell. So I can't show you my bronze or the what's called Setacons that I got.
What did you get?
No, I was just saying. I was just commenting on TF Collect there.
Well,
But I'm pretty sure those seat. Go ahead, Spin.
Like you were saying, Brun.
Oh, Bronze and Bumblebee, like those are like the other Siege, or not Siege, but those were the other legends that were like mimicking the mini bots, right? So that's the ones that I got, right? But I didn't get those Siege micro. To me, they look like MicroMasters, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they're close. You're right that they are smaller than the mini bots. So that Braun that Spin, the Braun that he's talking about, he showed on the channel a couple, maybe just our last episode.
Okay.
And but yeah, I'll show you what these are like. Flip camera. Start. And then turn that shit off. Boom. Okay. Now.
Okay, nice.
So TF, so there you go. Look at TFC Collect. He says that the MicroMasters from 88 and Siege Earthrise seems about the same size.
Okay, perfect.
So thank you for that.
Can you read that one more time?
So
I see.
TF
Okay.
Collect, the
Yeah, no, I see
MicroMasters
it.
from 88. Oh, okay.
I got it. 88.
Now I have a question for TF Collect. Is that like your handle, or do you actually work with somebody with TF Source or anything like that?
Well, I know TF Collect isn't one of the groups, and I invited up to come to the show.
Oh, nice.
What group? Do you remember? Or you're just bouncing around the groups?
I bounce around all the different groups, but I know TF Collect. Well, I believe, it's at the tip of my tongue where it's like I could visualize like some of the funny conversations that's been in the groups. I know the recent one was the transforming General Lee.
Oh yeah. That is. I have an idea of something that we could do for that episode. So Orlati, this is what we unboxed earlier on the channel.
Oh, nice.
Trooper.
That's a big gun.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
It is. It is actually way. It is way too big for the figure. I thought maybe it was the angle of the camera, but no, it actually is ridiculous. But so look, I got these guys here.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our first box opening in a long time.
Well, the second one for the day, but yeah, that was a G.I. Joe. So come on.
Yeah, I know that's G.I. Joe. I'm talking about Transformer.
Exactly. Let's get our priorities straight here. So what do you? So okay, let's give these figures a rating. Given that both of you guys haven't handled these, right? So take a look at in package. What do you think they're gonna feel like? What do you, or not that? What do you rate them 1 to 10? in terms of how much you like these guys for what they are. And then
I
I'll
mean-
take them out and I'll tell you, okay, they feel better or worse than what I was anticipating. We'll just go.
Well, I mean, if
what
I'm-
set you guys want to start with?
Doesn't matter.
I got Autobot, Top Shot, and Flak. So these are like military guys.
Okay, let's
And
go.
then-
Let's
and
go
then
with
it-
what the flak.
Okay, what the fuck? Yeah, and then Red Heat,
Sounds
Red
like my
Heat,
dog.
and Stakeout. Oh, okay. These guys are like basically Inferno and Prowl. Red Heat and Stakeout.
You know, I'm
All right.
already gonna give them a 10 because I mean, I already liked the 88 version, and these ones even look a bit like slightly better than the 88 versions.
Slightly, way better.
I'm surprised they're selling them as 2s because they originally used to come as 4s.
One. Oh wow. So are they the same names?
More money.
I don't recall the names since I haven't seen them in like so many years.
Okay, but the model, but the feel, like what, like it's ringing a bell to you? Like, is it the same transformation? It's the same general model?
Yeah, like same police car and same fire engine.
Oh, it is the same vehicles. Okay,
Yeah,
so let's
so-
do those ones. Let's do those ones.
So, yeah, so in the set of 4, it was a police marine boat, the fire engine, police car, and the ambulance. But here they only sell the 2, and then same
So
as
what
the
about-
combat. The
what about-
combat
yeah.
ones were also 4 vehicles. I don't recollect what. I know 2 of them were a plane. I think one was like an army truck, and I think the 4th one was like a rocket launcher.
Yeah, well, do you see this picture here?
It's a rocket
Yeah.
launcher.
Okay, so there's a rocket launcher and there's a tank. So I don't recall, a tank
Here.
being one of the originals.
Throw me on full screen or a large screen with you guys on the side. So yeah, okay, let's do these other vehicles that you were talking about. So yeah, I do actually seem to recall like this now that you say it, like that fire engine. Does look like exactly the same vehicle and the same transformation here as in the 88 one. So, but maybe it might be the case that some of these have elbow joints, which wouldn't have been the case with the 88 figures.
Correct.
But it's not all of these guys that have them. I think it's maybe just the slightly larger ones. But I'm not sure. So here's what I'm thinking. Oh, Orlati, what are you anticipating these are going to be? What do you rate them as in terms of first impressions out of 10?
Well, if I have to compare to the 88s, I will.
Compared to like a transformer that it's this size, right? So you gotta you can't expect it's going to be a masterpiece. But
No,
also,
I get that. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If I had to compare to the 88s,
right.
Obviously these are twice as better, right? In a sense of aesthetics and visual and colors, and I would say the
Colors are
construction
popular.
of it as well too, right?
Well, that's what I'm not sure about. I'm not sure that the construction and the materials are going to be better.
No, but if you look at the previous picture that I put up from before, right? Those ones there,
Of the micro. Of
like
what?
the 88s were the one that I had up before, right? This one's a
Look at
little bit
this.
more tickler. Yeah.
That's not good.
It's gonna be cheap. It's not gonna be
Eek. Yeah, I don't know about my 10 anymore. And I mean, we're considering the 88 line of the toys is when the quality already started going downward, but yet the MicroMaster still had good quality in 88.
Yeah. Those MicroMasters, like they had a nice build quality, and this stuff is like
Yeah.
but you gotta remember back in the old days things were built correctly.
That's what I'm saying. So you're gonna get a good sculpt here, you're gonna get better articulation, but materials and build quality, it feels dollar store like.
Yeah.
Wow. That is now I can understand what some people are saying with the newer figures, where it's like, you see it on the shelf and in the box and it looks impressive. So, as you had it in the package, I'm like, clearly
Yeah.
that has to be a 10. Like that looks better than what I had in 88. Now you take it out the package, and I'm like, I don't know, my 88 is looking a lot better than this.
So here's a benefit. So here's what one thing this
my
has. So
88.
my 98.
And
Yeah.
it is
My
also real.
88.
Yeah.
Yeah. So check this out. So there's no elbow bend,
Okay.
but he does have the arm doesn't just go up and down. He's got a ball peg in there, which allows him to go in a little bit.
Which the ball peg can pop out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely gonna lose those pieces.
Yeah,
Well-
see, 88s didn't have ball pegs.
They had pins.
Yeah.
No, they had pins. I thought they were just like all one piece.
No, they had pins, and that's the
Okay.
funny thing. 88 was kind of that transition where there were still a few things of quality, and then a few others were like, no, this is clearly leftover plastic that they just melted together and and tried to sell to us.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's called Recycle Michael.
All right.
Wow, I'm really surprised on on the quality of that.
Yeah. Like
That's why sometimes I'm so hesitant
I
buying
understand.
new Transformers sometimes, because when you look at, like how you said earlier, you look at it and you're like, wow, that looks really fantastic in the box, but
Yeah,
when you
yeah.
take it out, you're like, really?
Yeah,
That
actually,
happened with a couple with a few of the mainline figures.
yeah. Someone in one of the other groups said that recently about their Shockwave. I think a Walgreens Shockwave. Like it looked impressive in the box, but once they took it out and then looked at the back, it was basically just cheap hollow plastic.
With Shockwave, do you know what Shockwave model that was?
Is it Earthrise?
That I'm not sure. Like they only referenced that it was from Walgreens. So I'm not sure which line of Shockwave that is.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could be like a Cyberverse.
Yeah, Cyberverse, they're pretty hollow. Like
Okay.
I personally, I wouldn't buy that for my kid. Like if the only way I would buy something like that if like my kid's like 2 years old.
Yeah.
Well, are the Cyberverse ones? They look more cartoonish or more like G1? Because this one looked like G1 cartoon Shockwave.
No,
They're-
it's cartoonish, but very cheaply made. So because the kids are gonna bang them against the wall and floor and stuff like that. So if it breaks, who cares, right?
Well, and that's the funny thing. Looking at the image, this one didn't look cheaply made. Like it looked like that's a Shockwave I'd like to have on my
But-
shelf.
Some of the Cyberverse stuff is like that, is what I'm saying, because they have it does look cartoony, but they have a neat style. It homages G1, but it's its own thing. And a few of the characters, like some of them look very different than our aesthetic, than our G1 aesthetic, but some of them look very close. And I think the Shockwave is like that.
Okay.
And a few others, like some of the Cyberverse stuff in robot mode, like it evokes enough G1 that you want it. Oh, I think the RC. Type in Cyberverse RC and take a look at that figure. Like that looks nice, but then, if you handle those toys, I think you'll have this kind of an experience. And I think that's what Orladi's saying. I think he actually tried it and proved my theory here.
And I almost have to correct myself in terms of saying cartoony or cartoonish, where I more mean in terms of like the drawing style of cartoons, where it's like compare the Thundercats cartoon that we had back in the 80s and then that other Thundercats that they tried to come out with like a couple years ago that looked really bad.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything.
But yeah, the original Thundercats was good art. So the tolerances, look at this. These tolerances are fine. So it was just that the fire truck is a lemon.
Okay.
But like this is
Actually,
perfect. This knee is actually. Can you see it?
So I'm gonna share that Shockwave
Cyber
Cyberverse.
Battalion. Yeah, Cyber Battalion Shockwave.
Okay.
Is it this one?
Walgreens.
Hold on. Is it this one?
Yeah, let's have a look. Cyber Battalion Shockwave. So was it exclusive to Walgreens?
That I don't know.
Yeah. No, okay. Well, that's the Cyberverse. That's Cyberverse. So
Yeah.
that's what I was
That-
thinking. That's what I was thinking when you were talking about it. But the guy's saying that's not the one that was in Walmart. I mean,
No, that's not it. That's not it.
Oh, maybe it's that one right there. No,
Which
it's the
one?
same thing. Type in what he said in the comment. Cyber Battalion Shockwave.
Yeah, I have an image of it here.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing. Because that shockwave actually looks really nice.
Yeah, well, that was so that was my point, right?
Yeah, it looks nice, but it's cheaply made. Let's be honest.
Okay, so type in Orlati. Type this in. Cyberverse RC. And
Hold
then
on,
after
wait,
space-
Mike.
Yeah, you get it. You can queue it up, and then
Okay.
Spin said he had it ready. Yeah, so I'll have you know this police car. Oh, look, it says police in Transformer language. That figure. Okay, I heard about this figure.
Yeah,
figure,
so that's the one they were disappointed about.
So this
Let's have a
figure
bigger one.
doesn't. Can I? Let's take turns.
No, I'm just asking. Is there a bigger image?
Oh yeah, I'm sure there is. So this is like a good-looking figure. This figure, and it is a big Shockwave. It costs $10.
$10?
Yeah, $10 for you. My friend, only $10. But then look at it. It looks nice, for $10. But the knees, there's no knees. It doesn't bend at the knee.
Let's see. It's funny. They don't show. It figures. I mean, if they're selling an item, they don't show that at the back of it because that's the picture that the person took, and it's like the whole back part of like the legs were hollow and like something else. Like they were just disappointed.
So, but I saw somebody in a group modify it so that you could bend the knees. Like he basically cut it off and put some joints in there.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, but who has
Yeah.
the time to do that?
Well, it's $10, so or else
Right.
then you buy a more expensive Shockwaves if you want to include knees.
Well, I mean, the collectors out there. There's you get a Devastator, and then there's like the modified version, and like different kits and stuff, and people are really really interested in in the modifications.
I love the idea of kits, but like to me, like that makes sense when you're doing a masterpiece. But like if you're gonna buy like an add-on kit for like a $20 figure and you're gonna pay $30 for the add-on kit, like this just seems a little bit odd to me.
Talk about
Okay.
a backpack.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Click on the one in the box. So see, this doesn't look as good because you're seeing all the hollows. But yeah, like right there, like when you just see that in the store, like that looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, but the whole car, it's on our back,
Yeah. Well,
and that's what I was talking
Almost.
about. Sorry, I was about to say that's what we were talking about earlier about
Yeah,
mass transforming.
Yo, look at this. Forget about that shit. Spin. Give me a full screen. That's a nice looking cop car.
Oh, cops!
I don't-
Children of Primus?
This is Professor D. I don't always endorse police vehicles, but when I do, they're written in Cybertronian police. Touche. Yeah, this is okay. This is a nice vehicle. So this is why I ordered these things. Like I don't like they're not. These aren't G1 characters, right? So why do I want them? But I want them so that I can put them like in
A
displays
micro
where-
machine?
No,
display?
not Metroplex. Metroplex
Well,
displays.
They are G1 though.
Yeah, I guess so. That's also what I was wondering. Like it wasn't clear to me, but actually when I did open some of these before, then I realized, okay, these are the Micro Masters. Like, so I didn't realize that before buying them because they don't call them that, right? Like that's
Right.
not the branding, but that is clearly like what the model is. They've just changed it around. This plastic is like softer. Like this is not as good plastic
Okay.
as those ones, but the colors are good. The chest is painted.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so like the red is just a plastic red, and then some of this white is just regular white. But yeah, they're not bad looking.
Yeah,
That's it.
vehicle wise, like they were really nice. I guess they were able to retain that with these.
Yeah, and just as Orlati, as you suspected or as you noticed, it does have better articulation, slightly better articulation than the originals. Did the originals? Okay, well let me ask this: did the originals have independently articulated legs like this? Like here's the one leg, right, and he bends at the knee.
No.
And he bends at the thigh, right? Like the originals, maybe they were like stuck together like this, and you just bend them at the knee, right?
Well, actually, they were
probably bend them
stuck
at the
together,
hips.
but you could okay, see if you keep them like together. That's how the originals were, but you could still the feet were individual.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they did this thing.
Yeah. So you could do exactly that.
Right. So but there's one pin going through the knees, going through both knees.
Right.
And then no articulation at the waist.
Just a pin. So you could kind of like have them sitting down, but
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, but you couldn't. But the thighs could not go in different directions.
no.
No, it'd be like more like a march walk.
Yep.
Well, not even march walk. You gotta.
No, but you know what I mean. It's like one leg at a time, right?
Yeah, but you can't separate the legs like this though.
Yeah, it'd be
Some
one
of the-
foot
some
at a
of the-
time.
Some of them you were able to, or 1 foot, one leg, whatever. But you see, I'm afraid of the paint on that. Like you just said, there's a gold paint on there, because over time.
It's just the white on the chest.
Okay, because over time that's gonna like wear and tear, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna fade.
It's a small enough amount. I don't think it'll be too bad.
So what was
this one more so? See that the white paint here and here? I can see that wearing off. If you got little grubby little oily hands and you're playing with this, like for sure, that white paint is going to come off that black.
So what was the
But
conversation
it's
that we
nice
started
and
with
shiny.
today?
It's nice and shiny.
Wait, sorry, Mike.
I was gonna say. So what was the topics today that you guys started off with?
Oh dear, here we go.
Oh, I'm just curious.
Well, the scalpers was the main topic.
Okay.
It covered some of the articles from CBR about
Oh wait,
Galvatron
did
being a better
you guys
leader.
did you guys see this comment here?
The Cyberverse Deluxe class?
Yeah, basically TF Collect is telling Orlati to like stop picking on RC. Clearly, your shelf former comment is some kind of latent misogyny because apparently, somebody made a prediction. They were right. Ball joint fail.
You're welcome. So if
Yeah.
I was correct,
Jedi mind
about
tricks.
that,
Jedi mind tricks.
hold on. If I was correct about that,
Yeah.
then I'm pretty sure I'm correct about RC.
I think you're probably more correct about that.
I guess the question is, at what point did the Transformers start using ball joints? Because I mean, this whole popping out like limbs and stuff like that just never happened in any G1 line.
Yeah. Well, any G1 line or
Or
maybe the later G1.
maybe. No,
No?
It's all the posers that were complaining.
because I mean the even as aesthetically unpleasing as the later G1s look, they still were built with pins or just the quality to not just easily fall apart like that.
Yeah.
You know which Transformer really pissed me off with the pin?
Which?
Trailblazer.
Trailbreaker.
Trailbreaker.
Yeah, because it got loose.
Yeah.
That little pin, if you lose that little pin, like you know where that neck back area is, that whole back part falls right off, and you know how hard it is to find that pin, or you're gonna have to use a paper clip.
I don't. Mine didn't break, but I think it gets really loose, right?
Yeah.
No, that pin literally comes right off.
Like it, without breaking. Like you don't even break it. You just take it off.
No, it just slides right out. Mine used to always slide right out, and
Okay,
and
but because yours was defective, or are you saying on all of them they're like that?
all of them were like that.
The pin slides out on its own.
Yeah, on the back of it. You know what? Again, I have it, and I just wish I had my camera working. I would have showed you. At one point, I lost that
You could just
pin,
use your phone camera.
dude.
Spin, check it out.
Okay, let me finish. So at one point, I had to use a paper
Nice.
clip.
First world problems.
Well, TF Collect says Beast Wars introduced ball joints according to Proto Man of Transformers Slag podcast, if I recall correctly.
That's pretty cool.
I like this TF Collect guy. Very knowledgeable. Thank you very much.
He's TF Collector. Hey, TF Collect, do you want to come on live and chat with us on camera? You're we can share your link if you want to turn your camera on, and if you got a toy you want to show us. Got anything nearly as cool as this? It's probably not a high bar. So Spin, is this the same like height extension that this guy had? It's just got like a fold out here. Was that
Possibly,
the same on the 88 version?
I think so. Yeah, I think the 88 the ladder extended as well. So I had no idea they came back out with it, because I mean it's just like certain characters, you know, like after are basically like forgotten. So it's even funny, like Beast Wars was kind of like that.
Are you saying character or figure, you know, or design? Because in this case, they're not using the same name. I think you said it's not the same name, or you may have just said you don't remember. But if it's not using the name, then it's not the character. It's the mold, right?
Right. But I mean, there's like that whole legality, because you know, like certain companies will come up with like a figure of Stunticons, but they all have different names, but we know they're still the Stunticons.
Right. Exactly. So, and they symbolize that with a name that has some kind of similarity, right? So
Right.
it retains the notion of the fiction of the character.
Yeah.
So to your point, do you think that that's what these guys are, given that they're still in these same squads? Do you think that these are meant to be those characters?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna ask, are those from Hasbro as well?
Yeah. This is Well,
Siege.
It's Siege.
Right. Yeah.
Car
So it should be just an updated version of those exact characters from '88. I mean, just like all their other Siege figures.
Yeah, but you also got to remember too. Sometimes they lose the license to use that particular name, right?
Exactly. I think that's what Spin was alluding to.
Because that's what happened with Shockwave, and he became Shock Blaster and stuff like that, right?
Shock Blaster.
Yeah. And then after that, they made him into his crazy younger brother.
Unibrow? What?
Yeah. They made him. So they reconned him after, and portrayed him as retcon. Sorry, yeah, sorry, thank you. As Shockwave's younger brother that went crazy.
Oh boy.
One of you guys could take the screen if you have something to show.
I got nothing to show right now.
Nothing to show right now. I do believe, we're not going to go on much longer. But
Did TF Collect respond to our offer to join us for a few minutes?
no. I was gonna
It seems like he's been with us the whole night, so I think he should jump on for a minute if he's available.
Mhm.
If not, we'll do it another time. You were
Okay,
saying, Spin?
let's have a crazy talk, man.
Let's have a hell of a time. Shit, Spin's about to shut it down. Let's go down to South Park. Have a hell of a time. Let's talk crazy about Transformers.
What crazy can we talk about Transformers this week?
Oh, this is what he means by talk crazy. I remember now. He's talking about
Murder Prime.
Let's do the after party. Start bashing other YouTubers.
Is it a Murder Prime?
Murder Prime.
Oh gosh.
Okay. That's funny. Okay, I think we should do it. Actually, I think we should do it. But we'll wrap up our official live stream, right? So let's wrap up where we are for 5 minutes, and then we'll say, okay, now we're done, and then I'll start playing other YouTubers, and you can bash them, and I'll argue on their side.
Hey, what happened to my Murder Prime gift?
Huh?
I added a Murder Prime gift and
Gift,
whatever you want to call it, gift.
you're just adding
GIF.
adding the letter T for no reason. That's the gift. That's the part that is the gift.
Exactly. It's the gift that keeps on gifting
Or shifting if it's a gift.
or shifting. There you go. All right, wrap it up, guys.
Spin, yes. It's on you. You're doing the wrap up. Okay, no. Orlati, you do the wrap up. Spin is a starter, and he did the intro.
Well, I don't know what you guys talking about.
Here's the only thing that matters is what we didn't talk about, which is what is this website that everybody's talking about? Can you let us know?
I heard about a website called Children of Primus.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I know. It's a place where, if you want to get rid of your collection finally,
grow up and be a man.
And grow up, there you go, and grow up to be a man instead of a man child.
That's right.
And you want to get your stuff sold in a specific market, I guess, called Transformers. You can sell it on our classified site. And it's not just only Transformers too. If you got comic books, you got video games, you got statues, or whatever cases, even GoBots. Get rid of them. Go on our classified site.
DVDs, yep.
Make some money.
And even better,
it's free.
After you become a man, and then you realize, what the fuck? It's way better to be a man child.
Yeah.
Then you can go on the same website and buy it all back.
There you go. And then while you're buying all these, hold on. Well, while you're buying all your toys back again, you can spend some time and read some articles.
Mm-hmm.
On Mondays there are like brand new articles from one of our writers, Anthony, which he's doing his review bots reviews. I got to be careful when I say that. And then on Friday it's a retro bot review.
Mm-hmm.
And not just only that, there's more.
All the way back. There's
more.
Not only.
For $0.00, you can also subscribe to other news sites that talk about Transformers. That is our site.
Oh, now this has got to be only we can't have everybody on everything, okay? So something here needs to be tiered. There's got to be something which is like the extra value thing. Do you have any ideas?
So the extra value is for $0.00.
Mm-hmm. That's a good price.
That's not a bad price, eh?
I can swing that.
Yeah, you get to read about other Transformer articles or news or updates.
Okay.
And then again, when you're done reading all that, then you can go back to the classified site and sell some more Transformers or buy some more. It's up to you.
And this way, you're going to be armed with knowledge about what you should be buying and selling.
But
and there's a crossover there. Knowing's half the battle.
Oh gosh.
All right. Well, I think you did a good wrap up.
But I was going to say, if you're going for that extra value beyond $0, and you're willing to throw in $5 a month, you can subscribe to our Patreon
Aha!
to help fund putting our shows together.
All right. Now, what about the OnlyFans?
I've heard about that. I've heard that OnlyFans has changed their format, and they're kind of scaling back on what used to exist, which
Yeah.
I think that might upset a lot of people who like doing certain things with RC. I've always found that disturbing in many of the groups.
Yo, we should make a RC OnlyFans.
Oh gosh, no, I'm not going down that road.
RC OnlyFans.
What the
can't believe
Goonie Goo?
Nobody's done it already. I can't believe it.
Hold on. What the Goonie Goo is that about?
Never mind. It's a stupid joke. Stupid joke.
Okay.
But it's fun. But it's hilarious. But yeah. So Spin. Here's my joke. So you heard that they're trying to pivot, right?
Yeah.
OnlyFans.
Yeah.
They're trying to pivot to more wholesome entertainment, more
Yeah.
wholesome content. So is it not the perfect time
Oh, it fully is a perfect time.
for us
And
to
they're
have a Transformers OnlyFans?
And I mean, they're pivoting because a lot of the financial institutions they deal with do not want to deal with them. So that this is their way of regaining that access.
Why is that? Because of like moral standards?
Like with that,
Like the financial institutions don't want to be associated with I'm trying to like, what do you call it? It's like whatever. On-demand pornography, live pornography, streaming porn. It's streaming pornography, right? Oh, it's not even live though.
I think it's live. I don't recall.
Yeah, no, it's live.
Yeah, but the problem.
But it's not only like his OnlyFans is just like you could do anything. It's just a paid wall web, paid wall.
It's a peep show, man.
Yeah.
Let me finish my sentence. I'm trying to like find a word for it. It's all at the core. What the surface is a place where creators can put their content behind a paywall.
Correct.
Which is the same as Patreon.
Correct.
Yeah. So although it's been used for peep shows and sexually explicit videos, right? It can be. You could probably live stream on it as well as put your pre-recorded videos, as well as just put up your pictures, like anything you want, right?
Yeah.
And then you do your various tiers. So I think we should do an OnlyFans. We should make it very wholesome because that's the direction they're going in, right? Your worst nightmare, Megatron. But I don't think we should put like a lot of sexually explicit content on the Children of Primus OnlyFans page. I think we should just save that for like the high tier in the Patreon.
Okay, hold
Keep
on.
all the like sexually explicit Transformer stuff on the high tier in Patreon.
Yes. To answer your earlier question, in terms of payment processors and financials, kind of disassociating, it's a fine line when it comes to child pornography. Because even in my business, it's safer to just restrict it than to try to fine tune it. Because you try to fine tune it, and you get like one person that slightly bends that rules, and essentially, if the police came in, they could shut down your entire operation, and you can't do anything about it. But to just say sorry and lose your business. So it's just safer to disassociate from it.
Yeah. Okay. That's the nail on the head, because it's not like, see, whenever I think of child pornography, I hear the term, right? Pedophilia, child pornography. I think of like kids, like our babies and and children, right?
Right.
But and that's not hard to identify, right? But
Right.
the problem is when you're talking about 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds,
Exactly.
right? People who are on that cusp, then legally it's child pornography. You know, but visually it's not clear that, you know, the performer is not 18. Like, how do you know?
Yeah. So say like on like a web server, let's say there's like 500 clients on that server, and one of those clients is charged for the child pornography. The police will take that server, and all 499 other clients have just lost their website, and that will be tied up in the courts for whoever knows how long. Yeah. So it's just safer to completely disassociate from it.
Could I make a suggestion?
I already said we're just going to keep all the sexually explicit stuff on the high tier on Patreon. So that don't worry about the server.
No, I was just gonna say, could we change the topic?
Change clothes.
Yeah, if you don't mind, please.
All right, you want to talk about this RC, the sexy RC stuff?
No.
No.
We gotta do our late night.
No.
No. We're gonna do
yeah. Oh, I got the perfect one though.
Wait, hold on. I said we're gonna do our late episode of Murder Prime. Okay, hold on.
Oh gosh. But the opposite is actually happening here.
Here we go. It's Murder Prime.
But do you want
Kill them all.
Can you make that full screen like getting rid of our pictures?
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that either. Hold on, which screen is that from?
That's in the background. It's the background.
Oh, it's in the background. Okay, so did you upload it, Orlati?
I uploaded it. Yes, I did.
Okay, so probably you could just upload another. You could upload another copy and put it in the video section. And then
Unfortunately, it has to be an MP4 for me to add that into the video.
Okay.
Clip, and I tried that, and it didn't allow me to do that. So I did the background.
This is a GIF which you have gifted us.
Exactly.
Hence a gift.
Which is funny. I like how it's running in the background.
That was my sound effect right there.
Well done.
Murder. All right, so what's our topic for Murder Prime?
Oh man, I'm too tired to do this.
Well, listen, I only got like 23 minutes to go, so because I got to work tomorrow.
Okay. Let's see. Let me go to screen share.
We were still at work.
You guys talk amongst yourself. I'll find a video for us to comment on.
Okay, hold on.
I was gonna say be careful on the video because we're still streaming on YouTube.
Oh, here we go.
So why don't we restart? Why don't we stop and restart? Oh, we hit the 4-minute mark. That means our recording is done.
Well, 4 hours, right?
4 hours. That's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah. So why don't we'll say we're doing the after party show next, and that way if it gets cut or copyright claimed, it's not this whole video.
Well, I mean, the only thing is that then, we end up losing. It ends up being a different link, so it's a whole different.
Okay, so
yeah, we don't want.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna come right back, and you can watch our next link, either on Facebook that can continue there, and then we'll re-upload it on, or we come right back live to YouTube. Can we not do that?
I think Spin is saying that's like a rigmarole. Like, what is the drawback, Spin, to it being a new link?
Nobody knows about it. Whereas, like anyone that watched this show knows of this show. If we create a new link, no one knows of that link.
Okay, can we direct them to come to Facebook so we're not gonna get copyrighted over there?
That's not gonna happen tonight.
No. Can we just stop the show on YouTube and say piss off YouTube, come to Facebook?
And keep going on Facebook.
Yeah, and keep going on Facebook. Can we not do that?
No, it's
let me
one end broadcast button, so it doesn't allow you to specifically end on, to stop one stream and keep going on the rest. It ends all three of them.
So we have click marks on top of here. What about if I unclick the YouTube one? I didn't press it.
it says remove. I'm not sure what that means though.
Maybe we end the show on YouTube and say piss off YouTube. We're gonna go on Facebook, so we're not gonna get kicked off.
That sounds like it. But before you do it, let me ask this.
What about Twitch?
Before you do it, let me ask this.
Okay.
I understand that we've been talking about it as if it is the case that YouTube is more stringent with copyright claims than Facebook. We had a whole discussion, we theorized it, whatever.
Right.
Yes.
But I don't know that we know that for sure. It may be it may be more random. It might be like sometimes Facebook is copyright claiming you and YouTube isn't, and vice versa.
I never heard of any situations where
I've heard of people getting with Facebook. Like,
interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard it, and that hasn't happened either.
Yeah. They're talking about music.
Yeah, but we're not doing music.
Listen, we gotta take turns talking because I can't hear. It was like you guys are both talking at the same time. What did you say, Orlati, about music?
Well, we're not gonna be playing any music. We might be playing videos, but not music directly.
Yeah, exactly. And so it does make sense that if it's a YouTube video, YouTube is going to be easier. YouTube is more likely to copyright claim it and have it in their database.
Like how many times we got copyrighted already by friggin' WWE, which to me doesn't make sense. Where that video that we use.
Why doesn't it? What do you mean? Why doesn't it make sense?
No, because it doesn't make sense. Because the guy that uploaded that video doesn't work for WWE.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's their copyright material.
Yeah, and he probably put in his description, that he's basically he's only using it and not trying to claim the copyright or anything. Whereas
whether he did or not,
right.
Obviously he also got copyright claimed. But what they do with these copyright claims, a lot of the times, including with our Transformers rap video, is like they did a copyright claim on it, but they didn't force us to take it down. They just monetized it themselves. So the money that's made from that video goes to Hasbro. So basically, I work for Hasbro.
Wait, the Transformers video did that?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, that part go do 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 do. That part.
No, I'm talking about my Origins of Optimus Prime music video.
That's funny. I would never have thought but I guess it is the scene change that they complained about.
The scene change?
Yeah. Or
why not the whole video? The whole video is clips from the cartoon.
Yeah, that's true. I was just remembering the rest of it. It's like you're rapping on the whole song, but then I remember there's individual clips from the cartoon, so that's where they got it from.
Yeah, and the very beginning, it's like jazz, saying, "Hey guys, here's some tunes."
Right.
And then there's a sound, Orlati, that you're talking about, right? Like it goes. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
But so you don't think? But Spin, you think if that stuff wasn't there, like meaning the intro which is pure sound from the show and the you think if those were gone, you don't think that the sample from the music would be enough for them to copyright claim it because the loop is straight out of the show?
Right. I'm really thinking about that as well. Whether or not the loop would have been questionable.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think it doesn't even it doesn't matter because the basis of the song is that loop.
True.
But then again, as you said, I'm rapping over the whole thing, so it does that is going to make the frequency sound very different.
Exactly. So and at the same time, the loop has a beat on top of it, so it's not directly the loop. So whatever signature they have in their system, the beat has a different signature.
That's quite interesting. So what we should do? We should just upload the audio. Just do an audio file with my album with the cover art and see if it gets copyright claimed or not.
Probably would.
Well, was
surprised.
I thought it was obvious that it would, but now that we were talking it through, like it's not for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hasbro copyright our little dun 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 dun, dun part. You know what I mean?
That part for sure. But
I'm talking about like we're actually doing that with our own voice. I'm surprised Hasbro doesn't copyright.
Yeah. But you do understand, right? I don't know. I think maybe in your comments it made it seem like you weren't clear. Like there's not anybody who saw us, like a human being that saw our clip of WWE in our video and then reported it. That's not what happens. It's just it's all done by automation, right? So there's an algorithm that is searching the sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's all AI.
So it's all Hot Rod's fault.
Exactly. Spinster was trying to deny it again today.
The Prime and Prime dance going on back there.
Oh, no, that's Prime murdering Hot Rod.
All right, guys,
So
I gotta go to bed.
It's funny calling it Murder Prime, and there's been like 2 examples of Prime murdering everyone else. Which is exactly what it is.
Okay, so what are we doing with this segment? Because we got a few more minutes left to go.
You guys can do it. I'm just chilling. I'm Anthony right now. I'm just chilling out here with my cat.
I mean, I still have a few things that I need to do. So 5-10 minutes is the most left for me as well.
I'm just here to keep you guys company, but it's your show from now on. I'm out. I may start snoring.
Oh my goodness, it's supposed to be like the best part, man, of the show, and now everybody's like checking out, man. What's going on?
Spin. Just play him something that he can criticize.
No, don't play me something like criticize, because then I want to get copyright. Okay, let's talk about this whole copyright thing. Here we go. Murder Prime copyright. Here we go. Okay, like what the hell, man? Like we're hustling and bustling out here.
Like what the hell, man? That was my segment. Like what? Okay, we're gonna talk about it. Here's what I want to say. What the hell, man? Hot take. All right, back to your regular scheduled program.
Oh, but think about it. Like, we're out here hustling and bustling, right? We're trying to get the people what they want and the fans what they want, and we're talking about Hasbro and all that, and we're giving them like basically free promotion. You're telling me they can't throw like a little bone here and there or a couple of scratches, man? Come on.
Well, it's.
I like the segment. This is gonna become one of the best segments.
Well, I mean, one we should this kind of segment we should have like much earlier in the show. 2,
that was my fault.
Coming from yourself, I could see myself and Dee having the perspective of understanding both sides of the coin.
Don't give me. What are you
not
like?
In this segment. No, not in
Hold
this
on,
segment.
hold on, Mike.
You have to put on.
I can also take the DJ side of it as well. But yeah, Mike, what's your point?
Mike. I know the Canadian elections are happening right now.
What?
I know the Canadian elections are happening right now. Don't give me a politician answer.
Exactly.
All right.
I didn't know that. All right.
Okay, but again, surprising coming from you as well. Like, how do you not see both sides of it?
I don't care about both sides. Right now, on this side,
it doesn't matter what your side is.
Exactly. Right now on this side.
Down.
No, but think about it. On this side right now, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we're talking about. Yeah, we're talking about toys. Like, let's not get it wrong.
Murder Prime segment, okay? There's no in between.
No, I'm not talking about in between right here, man.
Either murdering or
exactly,
or you're subprime.
Or you're getting murdered.
I'm gonna about to set up what's called Hasbro here. The fact that you got a bunch of dudes here.
I'm explaining it to Spinster.
Oh, okay.
To get it.
I know. It's what happens. You got 2 mics on the mics. What was I saying again? Yeah, so it's like, we got a
like what the fuck, Hasbro? Like we are your number one talent.
Exactly.
And like where's our where's our appreciation? Where's our remuneration?
No, we're gonna copyright you.
And if my wife dies, I'm gonna hunt you down and kill you with my bare hands.
And then look what happened to us in Japan. Like Takar copyrighted us for what? For like 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Of what? of a picture of a video or something like that, and they copyright us.
I didn't even know about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What the goony goo goo?
Like when we went to Japan, like what happened exactly?
I don't
See,
know.
and
Go ahead, Mikey.
Well, that's what I was saying. I could take the DJ side of this because DJs have are in that exact realm of between record labels and corporate entities where technically they don't like us for profiting and playing the stuff that exists, but the reason their stuff exists is because of DJs. So the reason
There you go.
Hasbro exists is because of us promoting their products and buying their products.
For free.
But now if we start making billions of dollars on it, what would
We're
Hasbro
not
then
making
say?
billions. Listen, we're not making billions of dollars.
And
Because if
that's
we were
where
making billions of dollars, hold on, Mikey. If we're gonna be making billions of dollars, you think we'd be the only ones talking about this right now? There'd be
No.
billions of billions and billions of other people be talking the same shit we're talking about as well too, right? So for a little bit of a a little bit of a scratch here and there, and what I mean by scratch, people are gonna start thinking. People are thinking, what do you mean a scratch? You want some belly scratch? No, I'm talking about scratch in my pocket, man.
right.
Like we're not gonna get like millions of dollars or billions of dollars. Like just to help pay for, I don't know, like to host our.
It's about respect, okay? It's about respect.
Exactly.
These big companies, okay? They don't
These
understand.
Goombas.
Yeah, it's okay. We're the people who make the neighborhood run. Without us, okay, you wouldn't have nothing. You wouldn't have. You forget it. You wouldn't have nobody to even go and buy the things in the stores. Okay, yeah, we're not the store. Yeah, okay.
But we're telling people where to go.
We make the people invested. We make it feel like a family. Okay. Without family, there's nothing. You got nothing.
TF Collect is a part of that family, and he says, "You gotta go. Great show, guys."
All right.
Yeah, and thank you for coming out and hanging out with us all evening.
All right, and thanks to everybody else. Thanks to Bill. Thanks to Calvin. Who else was rolling with us today?
Let's see if we could scroll up.
Yeah. How many comments did we have today?
Bill, Calvin. Let's see, Dakota. Nope.
Yeah, Dakota.
Last week. Yeah, there was Dakota.
Yep. Dakota said hi early on.
Nice.
Word. All right. So I think
Did we just murder that?
Is going to be we murdered it. We murdered it.
Okay.
It's dead. Shit. I think we got it going. I definitely think that this murder prime segment, like when I heard we talked about it in theory, but like now I'm hearing you do it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get wound up.
Well,
it's gonna get serious. It's gonna get hot.
No, but hold on. We need to have a murder prime segment because there's things that we need to get off our chest.
Yeah.
But here's what we should do. When we go into the segment, like we should like change our outfits. Like we put on our murder prime glasses or something. Right. So now we're different, like we're Sector 7 or something like that.
Oh gosh.
Sure.
And then we just go in.
No, but we gotta do something like this. Because I'm sure like, of the other people that are watching, they're gonna have some beef as well too. And they're gonna mention it and we could talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then we can have a getaway car.
There you go.
White Firebird.
That's not a Firebird.
I was about to say that's not a Firebird. That's a Toyota Supra.
What Transformer is that?
Oh, the Stunticon.
Wait a second.
Yeah, maybe we wanted to step.
Oh! This is what we didn't talk about. It's not a Stunticon.
Who's that?
These are the Omnibots, Mike.
I was just going to say the Omnibot. Is that a newer version?
Yeah, this is what I was saying. We got to talk about the XTB reveals from this week.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay.
So
I have one of the original ones, the red one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, here I'll show you. We talked about that.
I showed you it last time.
Right.
So let's find him. So yeah, he looks pretty dope. Look at this. That's all homage to the original, right? This is their new Galvatron.
Okay. That's funny.
7 faces.
every iteration of Galvatron that comes out is just getting closer and closer to the cartoon to cartoon accuracy.
Oh, look at these guys. So I mentioned the protector bots.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
And do you see?
Oh, it's like Ratchet.
Look at that.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, how big are those characters? Because I mean, how big is Defensor going to be?
This is extra.
That looks nice.
Yeah, he's going to be the same size as their Menasor.
Okay.
See, that helicopter reminds me of MASH.
Yes.
The
helicopter.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was. Oh no. But okay, we were talking about Omnibots.
You say you would drive away.
Yeah, I love that Firebird. Orlati, do you remember my Firebird? Did you?
No.
Were you? Did I get that? I got that right at the end of high school.
No, but that's funny because I had a 78 Camaro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm trying to find the other Omnibots here.
And then my favorite little car, my Honda Civic. Hatchback. It was a Ford, but drove like what was it?
You're losing it, bro.
Yeah, I know. There was
a Ford.
No. How'd it go again, bro? It was a 4, but it drove like a 6. I can't remember. Whatever.
Oh, that's insane.
So these are the mini bot. These are I can't talk either. The X-Trans bots Firebird.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, that's really nice quality.
Yeah,
that's like the 80s there. That's like Night Rider.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's a Firebird. So these are the ones that I was saying, if they did a 2.0, they could try to do the reverse mass shifting.
Right.
These were the mini bots.
Okay.
You even have the logo in the back too.
Yeah, it's dope. But they don't scale, right, with the other masterpiece.
Right.
Figures. Whereas this new one that we just saw, the Run Amok will scale. But let's look at the Omnibots real quick.
We have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, maybe we'll just say like, which one are you most? Here we go. Which one are you most excited about?
The red one.
I think for me, it will be between the red or the gray.
There it is, right there.
Yeah. I do like the gray one.
Bottom.
Are you on? Okay.
Yeah, that one. That's nice.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks good.
Yeah, that does look good.
Now it has the little wings that could flap from the bottom part. Now we're talking. Because you were, it has a front part there. There it is. There it is. There it is.
So the silver one I think is camshaft.
Mm-hmm.
And then what was the name of the red one? Nice. Look at that shit.
I can't remember.
You don't remember their names?
No.
Spin, do you remember?
No. So I'm thinking maybe Overdrive was like one.
Yeah,
of their
Overdrive
names.
and Cash Shift. That's it.
Camshaft?
Cam Shift Shaft.
No, shaft. Camshaft.
Bro, that's what she said.
Camshaft is the gray one.
Okay.
And Overdrive.
And Overdrive. What do you think? Is that the white one or the red one?
No, it'd be the red one. There was only 2 of them at the beginning. There was a third one after?
There's three.
There's three.
Yeah, no, there was always 3. Okay, here we go. Camshaft downshift, and overdrive.
There you go.
Downshift is what we hear for the white one.
I still like the red one.
Yeah.
Not because I have it, but the fact that it looks nice.
No, I think when I was a kid too and looking at it, I never had them, but when I was a kid looking at it, like I was staring at the red one. And this looks amazing, like because that was what like they're good looking figures, but what they're missing is the extra articulation, like the knee and the shoulder and that. This is dope.
Were they ever in the cartoons?
No.
No, but I
No,
was
like
just
any cartoon.
no. But I was just going to ask you, Mike,
that's nice.
if you knew of them being in any fiction. But then unfortunately, Anthony's not here because I don't recall them being in
Me either.
anything. No comics or no. But I mean, this is comics from the '80s. But I mean, there's been so many versions of the comics in the last 30 years. Who knows if they're not in one of those?
You know what? I have no clue.
I love
man.
this. I love this original art right here.
Yeah.
That is so dope.
I like the red one there, yeah, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So these are. So I think that these are like on pre-order now, and they're basically $100 each.
Oh,
100 each.
Yeah.
Wow. So they're still. I mean, they were exclusive then, and they still are now.
Well, actually, people are saying like this is This is pretty cheap for a masterpiece figure.
Interesting. Okay.
yeah, it is.
Considering the age we're in now, right? Like considering how much masterpiece is costing these days.
Right. Okay.
Right.
No, $100 is pretty cheap.
I think if it was $80, it'd be cheap. I think $100. It's masterpiece money. It's not laugh-a-piece money. It's masterpiece money.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. You know what? Actually, I don't know if this one looks all that good.
I like
Wait.
that one.
You're just gonna keep repeating the same thing, aren't you?
I know I am.
Like this guy doesn't look quite as impressive, does he?
No. Did I mention about the red one?
I was wondering if you like it though. Is what I wanted to know. The red one I'm talking about, or Lottie. Yeah, he does objectively look the best. Like I like Camshaft, this guy here, but I think this is killing it right now.
Look at that,
Oh, yeah.
man! Come on,
Oh,
look at that
yeah.
Ferrari, dude.
I think I need to put in.
Look at that. That will
think
put
this-
tracks into shame.
This is gonna sell out. You said put tracks into shame. I think really like
That will
The
put
comp-
tracks to shame.
the competition is really with Sideswipe. Like this guy shows up, how's Sideswipe gonna feel?
Oh, how attracts that Sideswipe feel? I
Yeah,
think
but you get a
Sideswipe even be
Lamborghini.
more insulted the fact that this guy could fly.
Yeah, but Sideswipe could fly too with his backpack.
Yeah, exactly. Not in cardboard.
Still, I like.
All right, who would win?
Yeah, when what in what form?
This in a three-way Royal Rumble. Who's the last man standing? Is it Trax, Sideswipe, or this guy?
I say this guy.
Yeah, I'm between this guy and Sideswipe.
Ditto. I think this guy.
Because we don't know that much about him, man. And when you don't know that much about your
Mysterious,
opponent,
yeah.
you never
Well,
know.
That's not a win
Yeah.
for you.
Like Trax isn't even in the contest there.
No, exactly. Trax done. Maybe he can fly away.
Yeah.
He's not throwing down with these dudes.
Yeah.
Sideswipe's a scrapper, but this guy's a specialist.
Yeah, like Trax would just go run and hang out with Sunstreaker.
I don't think they understand the value that I present to the team is not as the greatest warrior. It's the most stylish. I'm the
It's
most
or like
stylish.
Seinfeld.
Hey, man, what's wrong with these Transformers? All right, guys,
Yes.
let's get the fuck up out of here.
They're known as this dimension hoppers.
Oh, it definitely must be a Scrappers. It's almost like a Bishop from X-Men.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, they're dimension hoppers. They're like time travelers.
Are you reading this from somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, well, read it to us.
Well, not, man.
Is it the wiki? Are you on the wiki?
It's the wiki, yo. Wiki.
Man, I'm kind of disappointed in the way that Overdrive looks. I mean, no, not Overdrive.
Oh, he's the
I mean,
commander too, eh? He commands the
Downstairs.
group.
Well, duh.
I didn't know
Red.
Of
Red.
course.
Oh yeah.
Be the master statistic.
You know, in one of our
What?
shows, I'm gonna fill that out and send it in.
The
Alright,
truth
we have-
is his
we have
desire to
discussed that.
win it. And so his desire is to win at everything.
Like I still have those sheets.
Yeah, this guy will win. Yep, this guy will win in a fight.
Okay, are you gonna read it to us?
No.
All right, I will. By day, it's a sports car zipping through freeway traffic. But
Where are you
wait,
reading this?
aren't those Decepticons up ahead? With one quick change, a missile system is revealed. Then, pull back the trunk, swing open the doors, pull out the wheels, and instantly, it's transformed into a powerful Autobot robot. Ready to meet the Decepticon challenge. Victorious again, it quickly changes back to a sports car. Now, unfortunately, hopelessly stuck in rush hour traffic. Meow, meow, meow.
He can
Yeah, it's
sense
funny. When they
disturbance.
I'm reading this little Omnibot bio. 4 points and $5. $5, guys,
For what?
for our Omnibot.
Back then?
Yeah.
No, you had to mail in. You had to collect
You have to
X
have
amount
4
of
points. It says right here, 4 robot points and $5.
Did I do $5? I can't remember.
Well, obviously you did. It says it right here.
Yeah, I gotta take my sheet out. But it's funny having the sheet, but I'm like, I don't have any robot points. Do they say how much it would cost without points?
No.
Interesting.
Robot point. What do you mean you don't have any robot points? Just cut up one of your boxes.
It was like the Autobot logo on the back of the box that you cut out.
Well, no, there was a little cutout, and it had a number on the boxes. But I mean, I haven't had the boxes in like decades, but I still have those sheets. But on the back of the box, like,
Why would you keep the sheet without the box? Murder Prime time. Why would you do that? What do you? It says right on the box.
What's wrong with you?
It says point. It says robot points.
Yeah, I may have some of the points. Like I collected the points, back in the 80s. I don't know if I still have those points, but I know I have the sheets. Like I just saw them some months ago.
You know what? This is like saying like I got the why don't you go make the bed? Well, I know I got the sheets. I'm gonna make the bed. Okay,
but I don't have
the bed. I don't have the bed. What would you do with the bed? I used to have it, but let me tell you, I'm for sure I have the sheets. So I'm just gonna make the bed.
Yeah, but you know what happened? I got rid of the mattress.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
I lost the masters.
Natural theatrics.
I know.
It was really the important part wasn't the box or the sheet.
Well, I disagree.
The box were like very important. They had like the best artwork on it.
Yeah.
There you go. There it is. There's a point. Look at the point.
Hold on, the box was more important than the actual transformer?
Nobody said that. We said it's very important.
Okay.
Very, very.
You one-track minded motherfuckers. That's why you never got your Omnibots.
Wait, so Mike, you still have all your boxes from the 80s?
No comment.
Do you have your boxes from the 80s?
As much as I was able to argue, and I was a good arguer. So that's why I've showed you some of my boxes from the 80s. But yeah,
Okay.
it was a hard battle.
Okay.
Because I had to just explain to my mom this is going to be worth a lot of money. And then she's like, no, it's not. This is consumer trash. Nobody's going to care.
Yep.
The toys that are vintage now, they're vintage because it was a particular time in history. It's not going to happen with your guys' shit. I said, you're wrong.
Yep.
Transformer shit in the box, it's going to be worth money. You make me throw out this box, you're going to be sorry. And she said, look, you can cut out the text spec. You like the picture with the artwork, you can have that. But we don't got the space for you to keep all these goddamn boxes. So
That's amazing that you're able to have that long of a conversation with your mother.
well, this went on for a couple of years.
Yeah, there you go. For a couple of years, that would have lasted with me more than a couple of seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why you and I are both street intellectuals, but one of us has a PhD, right?
Yeah.
If we were in a different environment, it'd be different, because ultimately we're the same. But if you notice, the boxes that I do have, the full ones, are the later ones. So I got better at arguing when I got a little bigger. Right. So I showed you, I had the headmaster. I got the headmasters inside the boxes.
See, you were lucky you were able to argue. There was weapons involved.
Yeah.
So you don't argue with weapons, right?
Yeah.
Especially the flying chicleta. That's all I gotta say. For people who are wondering, that's called a slipper or shoes.
So I have to run for the evening. So unless you guys want to continue.
No, I'm gonna take off. I'm out here too.
All right. Yeah, so, but did you guys keep your tech specs?
Yeah, I had I think at some point someone lost some of them, but like at one point I had like every tech spec for every transformer I had. So I still have a handful of some of them.
I had those, but when I moved, some of my boxes of my collections got lost.
Oh man, shitty.
Yeah.
We can talk about that. We can talk about winning and losing collector's items.
There you go.
That'll be a good topic. All right, guys.
All right, let's get out of here.
Great talking to you.
All right.
Talk to you soon. Peace.
All right. Peace.
Thanks for everybody.
Good evening to everyone.
Good day, and good morning.
Peace.